Lola, go to the pad. No poopy pad. Pad. Go to the pad. Pad. Oh, okay. Right. No. Pad. 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 Oh my goodness. Lola, pad. Pad. Oh my goodness. Lola. Stop. Good God. Oh my goodness. Ugh. Stay. Now, hold up. We're just being patient, trying to see what the market wants to do. They can break below that. If they can break below that, then hold. I'm interested, but I'm not trying to get in front of this bullish momentum anymore. And I know the market is on a tear right now. Jumping in the lounge. Let's go. All right. So now that I am a little bit bull bias, if this could hold, I don't want it because supply is coming in. Okay. Yo, what's up, Boomer?
I'm listening. Go get after it.
What was that?
I said I'm just listening. Get after it.
Yeah.
I'm a fly on the wall.
What you see over there on your book map?
Call there. Let me throw this up. How do I cheers?
All right, I like the shorts now. They could break this line and hold, I'm game. Good lord. I got a little trend line that I'm using to determine when I go into supply or demand trades now. I'm short bias right now until we cross and hold 400. But yeah, bro. Where am I at this moment? Focus. He's in the matrix. I'm gonna invite my trading buddy over here and see if he wants to.
chill.
All right, they broke that line. So if this candle holds, we can take any pullback in anticipation of this green cloud flipping. I'll be right back.
Yeah.
Here we go. Jesus. You can put enough soap on that? Not much, man. How you? All right. All right, they broke and held my trend line. I'm gonna go ahead and take started here. Stop is above the highest point for now. No, actually, yeah, previously.
Look, park though.
Huh?
I packed up, headed home by now. What the hell y'all doing? Like bring around the roses or something?
What are you talking about?
I peeked in, I saw y'all going around. I was like, all right, let me turn around. Go back way.
Hey, before I jump into some shorts here.
Did you?
Yeah,
I was just looking at the volume break in the J trade there, but I think it's fugazi with that high volume candle. I don't think this was going up without that.
Yeah.
I've got some. Let me throw this up here. I've got some NQ support at like 370.
70. I got supply that came in over here at 417 and 400. So I kind of just want to see this start flushing. My target is going to be around 330s. Honest, yeah, about maybe 340s. I'll target 340s. Standard deviation line down there. Come on, end it. Need the Bulls to get rid of this damn green cloud. I mean the Bears. I'll probably add one more and then be patient again. Oh. Friggin' 5-minute ATR is 48 points. 2-minute ATR is 24 points. Good lord.
It's just that one BS candle, right?
Yeah, the 10-minute, the 10 o'clock candle.
I don't think it was even doing that. I think it might have came back down, but I guess who the hell knows. But that one push off that EU news, but it doesn't even seem like that's turned anybody up yet.
Mm-hmm. I gotta do a better job at being patient for some pullbacks after they break my trend line that I want to go short at. But the problem with that is if you wait too long, that shit V-shapes right back down, and I don't want to FOMO into a worse risk. So I'm okay.
And I completely feel that. I get it off my levels, right? It'll start chopping, like it'll break through my level, and it'll start chopping above, like the break, and I need to wait for a proper extension and retest on the second pull, and I'm often like, man, I don't want this to just take off without me, so I enter on the FOMO, and then the second pull down just pumps me, and then it goes. I gotta get, or I don't wait for it to extend enough and come back to that level to try to you know, give a re-offer there, see if there's any more interested buyers. I see the consolidation above, and I feel like I just get into those too soon.
No, I feel that.
You guys there? Can you hear me?
Yeah, we hear you now.
Oh, fantastic. Boy, that gave me a little trouble there.
Kids, Fortnite headset again?
Yeah, it sure is. Yeah.
Nice.
All right, so
here, T-Tone?
well, I tell you what, it just came down again. It stopped in front of my 26 that had been working before that pop on the news. So does 28's been the right number? It seems like so many times here, and I'm not. I mean, anything below even that second wick on the 5-minute, anything below 59.40, I feel pretty good. I mean, the news popped, it came right back below it, so I feel really good about my position. My EMAs on the longer.
Email. For sure. I mean, I'm here, guys. I just don't see much to do right now. Yeah. For sure.
Frankly, for quite a while, as we get closer to 90 days to find out, this big, beautiful conversation that's going on around the world. Is anything really happening?
If you mark out that whole up leg, say from the 7th up on the daily there, the half, 50% retrace would be like 57.91, which is right about half of that candle that you're referring to from the 12th. So that area makes a lot of sense. I'm following you. You got the 100 daily SMA there at 25.
Yeah, exactly. Those longer frames, on the daily will start to move to that area. The other thing is that's also the high. You go back to say around the 25th of March with the last flag that was created before the big down leg. That comes right in at that same number that you just mentioned.
And I think that the JD's the guy for that shit, but I think the Liberation Day, at least on ES, high was for me, I got it marked out at 773, 57.73. So that's kind of right in that same.
Oh yeah, that's high there. Yeah, I see that.
So I can see that for two confluence levels in the same zone there.
Irony is that 57. It's about the 57.40 area. That on the market profile, that's a support area from the last 3 weeks.
Yep.
I'm gonna go back to that here. I'm gonna consolidate those here.
Here's a trend line from May 19th highs. I'm not a big trend line kind of dude, but from the top of the thing there and across these highs, and it's held as resistance quite a few times across the tops here. So
absolutely, that it went right there on the news print too, and Spark even said, "Did we get above that? I'm out," and I probably will be too, because that'll show a rotation potentially back higher.
Right. But if this is banging on this ceiling here of this line, use that as a confluence and maybe look for the same trade I took yesterday. Look for that break below 20 or 25, and then a retest, and then to take a shorter on down. I think that was the same setup we had yesterday, right? Yep, it was. Yeah. That one at yep. See that now. It was up there. No, I guess the other ones were at 73. We're a little lower than.
See, Esther's in now. I'm curious on where her positioning is right now. Should let her know that we're in there. If she be in the lounge.
We got in here.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Mark, are you in a position?
Yeah.
Is this you in shorts right now?
Mm-hmm. Thinking they get above 425. I wouldn't even let them take that big 10 o'clock candle. I'm out of there. Pretty decent supply up there. Bulls are not giving up yet.
I like my average. My average is pretty good now with that pop up there, so I'm gonna just hang tight here.
Oh, you're in shorts too? Yes.
Yeah, I was 32. I started, and then I went to try to get 26. It stopped in front of me, and then the news came out, and I added at 40, that was kind of like my line in the sand, but it went right through it. I don't usually put stops in until I'm in the trades, and it may be a little bit risky, but it's stuff like that spike that I don't like to get taken out after getting a decent entry in. So my average right now at 36. So we're right here right now.
That's amazing.
And I want
yeah, I added up there.
Above.
I added on that last candle, so my average for M&Q is 397. And like even right now.
You're right here right now. Yeah, you're right here now. No. Yeah, I just think, you know, you got at 480 yesterday. I mean, the market couldn't get up there, you know, and then even late day push yesterday, and to have this much weakness overnight, it just feels like it's starting to turn. But like I said, that last Monday's move, it's going to be a strong support, I think, for a little while.
Mm-hmm.
Let me get some news.
Everybody's waiting for something, but nobody's pulling the trigger. If we keep accumulating up here, a little bit of downside catalyst, maybe, but this is institutionally protected. Like, I want to sell it. I want to sell it so damn bad. That was awesome. Sit and wait and realistically sell premium for some long-term moves, and commodities are offering trends right now, and the indexes are kind of chilling.
Yeah, you don't want to get lulled to sleep when there's other activity going on. Yeah. Like gold. You're missing that gold long yesterday. That was frustrating.
So I know it's annoying, but I've been simulating. Like, I've been catching gold on just about every turn right here. So that one big pop we had last Thursday, I got some good call premium out of that. Closed it, then we sold off the next day, went ahead and rolled a bunch of that shorter term stuff. And
I remember last Thursday, you and I were talking. It didn't quite get up to my entry there at a nice $100 reversal. Yeah,
that was a brutal reversal on that. It's definitely playing games down in here for sure. But long-term trend unbroken, especially on GLD. Was holding a lot of the longer term averages. So.
And I don't know. I don't want to get too much into the politics and the monetary side, but the fact that gold, I mean, this thing is like screaming warning signs all over the world as to what's happening. And how can these governments continue to turn their head? And I mean, this is a serious positioning, in my opinion, to see this particular commodity hold up, continue to be bullish, and just run. It appears to me like there is major monetary problems underneath that nobody's talking about.
Mm-hmm. Now everybody's talking about it, but how do you act on it? Like, until it's enough to be a problem, like, what do you do? Like, you join these momentum. You know, we all know it's been fucked. Everything's like, excuse the language, but 1971, everything.
Yeah. So, I mean, Moody's come out with 140%, 134%. That's a big number. That's significant.
Well, that's terminal.
It's absolutely terminal.
a good close there. We're getting a flush now, guys.
Yeah, we are. Yep.
See if
I like old Anne Marie. I see she's in short too. I like her. So I'm glad I'm on her side. I like her a lot.
Oh yeah.
There we go. Okay. There we go. All right. I reduced some of my size. That's 10 points now. From that 36 to 26. That order's been sitting there for 45 minutes. I just got that. I got half that out, but I'm still short now. And the fact that we're revisiting this tells me we're going to ultimately move through it here.
Yeah, Teton, I know you were talking about that Monday candle right there. So I like to watch the equities on top of the futures. We're having a lot of trouble getting through the anchored VWAP off of the open from Monday. Like it's
From
kind
that
of
day?
Yeah,
Okay.
me need to throw it in there.
What do you anchor it to? Do you anchor it to the SPY ETF or the Q ETF? What do you anchor it to?
Yeah, I'm looking at the Q, the first 15 open on that.
On that day?
Yeah, here.
Let me go down to 15.
Rate. Yeah, 15 minute.
Okay, let me see what I like to watch the SPY for that same. Oh yeah, I see it. We're right on it. We're coming right back to it right now.
Yeah, this is that same 399 volume. We're seeing sell side, like it wants to roll, but
oh, and I pinned it to the low of that candle on the 15 minute, and we've hit it. We've hit it 4 times. Yeah, last Thursday we came down and touched it with the 65 test that I just mentioned. We did it again on Monday this week with the reversal off of it, and twice now here just in the last 12 hours. These lows.
We've been unable to hit 50% of this news here on the. If you box out that 3-minute news candle at 9 o'clock.
Yeah, just this morning here.
Yeah, we held half of that on these retests, and there's no interest in trying to.
That comes right back to my 36 entry. That's awesome.
I'd like to see these VWAPs hold here as a resistance for kind of a first baby step in the right direction.
All right. Was anybody attached to VWAP to the high from 2 days ago? Let me do that. Monday.
That's where my trend line comes from, but I didn't have an anchor to it. What's that look like?
I'm gonna do the high, the VWAP from there.
Excuse me.
Second above the news candle there.
It's a little higher up actually, so we're still below it though. Yeah. And I just want a big move down here.
Yeah, I'm still holding mine. Trying to see if we could get to that standard deviation down there at 330s, 340s. Sorry.
Oh man, Spark, we need to get below this 80 number here. Yeah. 5 minute 9. Yeah.
Yeah, I gotta get a 70s the line I'm seeing as well. We're a little above the VWAP there on the NQ side.
Yeah, 74. We're above on the 15 minute on the NQ at 70, 74. So.
Come.
The Dow's the weaker one here.
Yeah, UNH decided about 7%.
Okay. So the uptrend line from April 30th on the Dow is just broken here overnight. Always like to see technology that'll help out, actually lead the move. What's this here? ELH, okay, what do you? Just today, between 2.
Looking at
You
that
guys
1
do
hour.
anything in the grains?
No, I try to just focus on this shit. It's all I got attention span for.
Okay. I was watching wheat yesterday and it's starting to show like it might go now. So
If I knew how to quote the prices in the ag markets, I might trade it, but I don't.
yeah, I like the wheat. I like the wheat trade here actually at 552 on the July.
Do you just do cattle, Teton?
What's that?
You just do cattle, or are you into the agricultures too?
No, I do everything. I do everything. Yeah, I've traded all the markets. And some of this stuff here, though, I put it in the Darwin account because I can hold those positions. Those are portfolio building positions for managed money. So I put those positions typically like this wheat trade. I'm probably looking to get long in the market. So they have a quoted Kansas City wheat, not necessarily the one out of Chicago, but it runs together typically. They're not that far away in terms of transportation, so they generally run together. But those are positions I hold a little bit longer in the ag side just because of their longer trending type. You know, they just seem to trend more than in these fund. They're not so privy to these news events, you know, unless it's a major import-export challenge or an outbreak of some sort. But typically they trend very long in nature, and so it's easier just to hold those longer terms because you can't do those in these prop accounts, you know. So
Yeah, there was a guy I met at work who did the actual hedging for the farmers down there in my area. I always
oh
thought that
yeah,
was
yeah, oh yeah, yep. Especially the farmers today. The farmers today, relative to 40 years ago or 30 years ago when I was a kid, we were dairy farm kids, family, and you know, there was a farm on every block. You know, farmers all over the counties. Now farming is so consolidated, so those big prime brokers, the size that those guys hedge for those big farmers is it's a monstrosity of size. And so the guys that are still in the ag markets that are brokering those hedge deals, those are big transactions, big commission payouts. They make a pile of money because the ag market is so consolidated. Years ago, when the farmers were smaller, they never even got involved in the hedging market. They weren't small enough to worry about it. But any ag activity now that's being hedged is all large producers, and those are big paychecks when it comes to brokering that product.
yeah, that guy had given me his business card. And I mentioned to him that I was kind of getting into this stuff. This was about maybe 2 years ago, and he was like, "Yeah, give me a call sometime." Never gave him a call, but still got the card. Be interesting
Yeah.
conversation.
Oh, man, I'm telling you, those guys, especially now with the cattle market doing what it's doing, those prime brokers that are hedging that market, oh my gosh, are they making a killing?
You got to get you a Stetson hat when they open the contest back up.
Yeah, yeah. I've seen those guys do that, but you know, you've all remarked it a time or two. I just got so many things going on. It's hard for me to pay attention to some of that stuff. It would be fun though.
You probably got a nice Stetson collection anyway, right?
I really don't. I don't. I'm not much of a showmanship person. My younger days, maybe. Only thing I did consider, I told my wife, was a belt buckle. I
There
think
you
those
go.
are cool. Yeah.
There
Wear
you
that
go.
on a special occasion, birthday suit type stuff, you know.
Yeah, exactly. A little holster.
All right.
I'm looking to short this year. We can get a little, maybe a
Start to
retest
move
of the
down.
24, 25 level, and then these sellers step back in. I wanted to see the whole below 25. We're
Yeah,
below
it's
the
gonna be
VWAP now.
5 minutes. Yeah,
NQ not being below the VWAP is a little, and right at the POC too, but
Yeah, the market's holding this thing from caving in. 74 bounced again. That's the 15-minute 200. It's the stronger of the two that pushed that ES around. There's no question.
How's the ES doing? Is it still bouncing too? I'm guessing
It's below 4. It's below 26, but this is a YM-led move because it's continuing to come off.
YM's continuing to go down.
Yeah, and that's what's leading this ES break. But the concern is Nasdaq's got to play, or this ES move is going to get, turned right around again.
For real. Right now, what's holding up Nasdaq is the trend cloud.
Yeah, where are the players at?
Yeah,
Oh,
I mean, the bulls are just constantly bouncing at like 370s. Yeah, 370s. That's where the 5-minute trend moving average is for me. We need to choke.
The only thing that's giving me a little pause here is that the NQ is above the New York and the Globex overnight VWAP, where we're kind of testing it from the bottom side here on the ES side. Little divergent. Kind of like feel like both of them are kind of going the same way, and it's chewing on the POC, even though I just drew that out from the open, but it's only got about an hour's worth of data. But seems like ES is trying to kind of lead, and that gives me a little hesitancy. I like to see the other side starting in the ES falling.
We'll see what the market is.
I'm going to close my gap on my stop here. I'm moving that thing down to probably break even right now here at maybe slightly above the trend line. So at 37, I only give up a point on what's left then.
I'm trying to get one more leg down before I touch the stop, but they playing with me.
The thing is, Mark, even if you get below 70, you really need below 340. You got double support coming into play at 2 o'clock, and early this morning at 7. There's a lot of support around that area. Yeah, 340.
Yeah. I just checked the market, and it looks like Tesla's rolling, Apple's still kind of trending, Microsoft is rolling.
Yeah, Dow's got 100 points to go yet before it hits the MA.
Google's the main green for NAS. Like if
strong.
that gives it a
3.5%.
Yeah. Almost. Facebook's up too. I see it just a titch.
Yeah, Meta's strong. Google's strong. Amazon, that shit.
Oh yeah, Google. Google off the low. What the heck? $6?
Rip, brother. I know.
The heck.
That might be the one that's really holding this market up.
Yeah, I don't like this trade. I mean, the Dow is leading lower, but the Nasdaq's overcoming its weakness to keep the S&P's held here. So,
remaining patient.
Yeah, just got to be patient. Somebody's going to get wore out in this activity.
Definitely going to be me. An hour in, and I'm already worn out from the shit.
So Kevin's not here. Is he only like off on a Tuesday? Is that why his availability is only Tuesday?
He gets tied up with work for most of the other days, and when Tuesday is his day to drink 12 beers before noon and do a little trading.
I kind of wondered. Yeah.
Today's my day off, and I already did my max profit, so I'm just here. Not be too terribly bored.
I gotta go pick up the kid from her mom's work here at some point. And she's like, "Can you be here at 10?" I was like, 10's kind of prime time. I was like, maybe like a little bit later. Start to get some low volume chop. I might go run over there and scoop her and get back.
What is it? We had the 17-week at 10:30, and then the 20-year at noon. I would expect the 20-year to be effective.
I would too. Yeah.
20-year at noon. Okay, yeah. That. What was the other one?
How big is that one?
I haven't watched any of them. I'm not sure.
Yeah, this is going to stop me out here. Take your money.
And then I see Trump talking to South African president and then doing a meeting or something in the morning. I don't know how market moving that is, but he can talk about whatever in front of whoever, so no telling.
So ES tested 50% at the initial balance. Looks like it's coming out of there.
Mm-hmm. Seeing that as well, finding a little support here at 25.
Should have added on that little spike because my stop is at 26. That would have been a cheap trade, a cheap ad. We do rotate back down and start scaling out at lows. Nah, leave the risk.
And 45, that's a long ways yet. Could eat you up between now and 59.45 if you got a poor spot location.
For real. I got the 2-minute squeezing right now. Buyers if we get above 430 with a push, and if we fail 360s, we can get a violent move back down. But they're gonna chop us up for a while. It's like that cloud is pretty big.
The repeat of yesterday, huh?
Yeah. Yesterday was brutal. They kept like chopping you, will fake to the upside, come all the way back down, chop you again, fake to the upside, come all the way back down, and then finally it ripped. But then had a full retracement. Then at the end of the day, did a full bounce back. I was like, Jesus Christmas. Yeah.
Yeah, low of the opening range from yesterday, 410. And that's exactly where we're pinned right now.
Right now,
yeah. Yeah, back right back to that like 420. I think we were talking about that level yesterday. Like,
yeah, your entry was there. That was your entry, wasn't it? 418.
Yeah.
Yeah. POC is at what, right here, right now? That's just taking so long.
On the NQ, yeah, ES, I'm showing it at like 39.80. And
need to change
like about 400 on Q. I set mine to RTH though. I wait till the initial balance sets at 9:30 and then I draw it out. I don't try to catch the overnight stuff in that.
Point of control for the week, 422. That's it.
Oh, yeah.
I always tell myself I'm gonna start paying attention. Forgetting. Good looking out.
I got 3 separate stack charts up right now.
Been a nice add up.
It's same structure that NASDAQ. It's got an opportunity to get all the way down to 21,000. The same move in the S&P from that last Monday spike. There's no reason we don't test that, especially with a rollover on some of these longer frames. I am going to do something here. Shift this. Shift, merged left.
Looks like you're trying to pop premium on the Q puts.
Yeah, there's a lot of open. There's a lot of open TPOs down to 21,140, which would be a retest of the overnight lows from this early this week.
Hope I don't regret trying to give this space some time, but literally this is where the buyer stepped in again. Take the $50 and run.
I mean, what was it yesterday? Whenever we was that about noon? Yesterday, Boomer was looking at the book map for absorption up here. We were at 470s, right?
Yep.
Are we seeing the same absorption now?
So I just consolidated. I consolidated the market profile from the start of RTH on NQ last Monday, which is the big move on the 12th. And the value area from that morning open to where we are, well, as of yesterday's close, the low of that value area is 3.0, which was yesterday's move, is at 3.05. The value area high of that trade for the last 9 days or 7 trading days is 475, which is exactly where we stopped yesterday. That's the value area from last week, May 12th, open to yesterday's close is that range, 305 to 475. And the POC of that area is second. Gotta change the color.
I'm gonna look short here, I think.
POC is extended. There.
Yeah,
POC of that same area is 395.
got in right here.
Yeah, you see the Dow pushing this thing. It just printed a lower low. All Dow right there. As the NASDAQ continues to hold that line. Yep.
I like to pull back up in the retest of the VWAPs bottom side. Sellers jumped in. Had no interest in taking it above that average price for the session. Holding on the bottom side of my 25 level here.
Yo. There we go. There we go. He's trying to get some movement there, guys. Get some out. Yeah. Would have been a really good hack. Not sure I want to move my stop to break even yet. I think I can though. Yeah. I think I'm gonna move my stop to break even. We've been doing this dance for some time now. Wait. Alright, I backed off that. Let's let it work. What's up, man?
Not much, man. On the way to the crib.
Cool.
Dog's killing me. Them people that put you in the Top Step group.
That's just an offshoot. Like, there's a regular Top Step channel and a few guys that I traded with before. They jumped in, they created that, so I just sent that to you. Yeah. Cool guys.
That's what's up. They trade futures.
Mm-hmm.
A little bit of everything.
Yeah.
Shoot, man. What the market doing? Man, tired ain't the word. Yeah, I'm looking at it on my chart. I didn't think I'm attached to it, but it looked like it's just in a range. It's green, but it's really setting no higher lows. It's just kind of range bound.
Yeah.
Might not even trade today.
It's in a squeeze right now. Yeah. Yeah, he probably do. But yeah, you can only have 5 XFA, so more than likely he just boomed one and started another one over and YOLO the shit out of it. See, this is how you trade, yeah. Yeah, I mean, if you take EF, you're going fucking 3-4 times. I mean, can't imagine how many EF you take. Yeah, doable. Yeah, I mean, you did it nice. Sorry, the same side. Broke. Scalp. 9 times out of 10, you're gonna get your little move. You're trying to do what I do, where I'm like, I ain't leaving until this shit like break previous high type shit. More than likely, yeah, it'll be appreciated. Heavy drawdown, maintain it. It's gonna trigger emotion. I just I think we said 8, right? I think when we did the math the other day, we came to 8. Yeah. Mm-hmm. So I just got stopped out of that trade. I think it was a yeah. I was shorting the 200 moving average. At the max, I had about $70.
Yeah, nah, I got this green chart, so I know we going higher. It's just shit just been in that range.
Yeah, it should take a squeeze.
Yeah, previous days close is what it could break. It just
Oh,
just now.
don't like that I just did that. I tried to put an order for the squeeze break. Candle that stops us is 406. 406.
You long now?
Yeah. But my order sucks, bro. Like, I might have to take half of this or anything that they give me if they keep going up. Oh, I could add. There we go. I need this to be violent, though. You know me. This is a squeeze. So I'm just going to trail really tight and take what I can. Let's go on R. Look at this. So I have to do something with the code. The squeeze trade is not active yet. It's not telling me to get in yet. But I know that when we break the Peltner channel, it's go time. If that makes any sense. And the reason why it's not active is because this candle has to close. I guess I'm telling it to wait for the close. I need to say as soon as the high breaks that, activate. Because like now a trader will have to wait for a pullback to get into the squeeze.
But what determines that it's like valid? Close, or is it just a break of the Bollinger Band or whatever you're looking for it to break?
Just a break. Once it breaks, this shit could have ripped 50 points, and that's it. That squeeze is done.
But what if it just breaks and pulls back?
And you get stopped up.
That's what I'm saying. More times than not, all it needs to do is break.
For me, yes. I'm not waiting for that shit to like break out and because like look, my entry now is 430 was the break. It went up to 448. And it's not pulling back to 430, right? It's a squeeze. So you need to say to yourself, hey, if this happens, we're fucking running. So I'm up like, so I think what I'm gonna start doing too is putting on size for the squeeze and just getting the hell out. Every candle, give me that. But I'm gonna have my order sitting there, boss, because I'm not trying to get in at 450 when the entry was 430. That's a 20-point risk right there. And now I can't get in. If that trade activates, which it is now, it's telling me that the break of 435 was the entry. 421 is the stop. That's valid. All of that is valid. But what do you mean 435 is the entry? We're gone. It's not coming back.
Yeah, it's like my first minute candle to make a new high. I just need to see it break the candle.
Yeah.
I don't need to see it hold over it. I just need to see it break the candle, and
look at this. 1R just got hit. 467 was 1R just got hit. 467 is 2R. We're risking 15 points per candle. I mean 15 points on this. So again, you have to ask yourself, what would you prefer? Like to wait for us to now get back into the entry level, 436? Or would you prefer to get in this motherfucker at the break of that and then just take your stop? It's really up to you, but at the end of the day, boss, I'm jumping in that bitch at the break. But this time, instead of getting a 435, I got a 445 order that hit. Didn't really see any drawdown. Ran up from 445 to about 463, and now we're getting a bit of a pullback. So I really don't care about the pullback. I'm gonna try to just add into this and see how long the squeeze goes and just stop out where they tell me to stop. But I know what price action I want to see. So let's see if we get that price action. So anything 427. Full stop at so I'm just gonna have to change that in the code is what I'm saying. 420. And just follow it, man. 420 stop. Don't try to change nothing. Try to be like, nah, but I want to get this entry. You're never gonna get that. This trade is done. It went 1 hour already. Now you're just praying to see if this trade can go fucking 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 hours. Hey Ashley, what's up? For sure. All right, we got you. Just to catch you up, Ashley, we did the new docs. Right now, I'm working on the data payment for them, adding them to the sheet. 3 guys came back. Check your email. I think they just replied to you with the new account information. I did 3 of them for Maria Lewis, Miles Stevens, and Robert Lewis. Those 3 are all done right now, so I'm just kind of going down the chain. But yeah, I mean, it wasn't much to do. Yeah, those 3. I didn't do it. I think Jason replied to them, and I replied to them, and then we follow up, so you could do that. Yeah. Great. And then it pops. So we're just gonna one candle bar by bar now. Money my risk at break even. Wait. Yeah, break. Good Lord.
His some of his indicators that he's developed are pretty interesting, and I've been kind of just taking notice. He's got this one item that's called the resilience indicator on his screens, and it does drive direction, and it's a forward looking. It's not a in the rear view mirror like most are, which is kind of unique in itself, but it's pretty sharp. So I kind of have his screen in the background, and I take a look at the one indicator that he's got to maybe confirm what I'm looking at. But
I'm looking on this here. I see he's got some cool sunglasses on. Where's the
yeah,
where's the indicator you're looking at there at the top?
Yep. So you go to the far left, you'll see the screen he's got for the S&P Nasdaq, or I'm sorry, the Nasdaq, and at the
my bad, dude. I got one runner, seeing if I can maximize on this runner. Get that. We're dead.
Man, I'll be back, man. Just got to the house. I'm about to take me a shower and probably head out in the shop.
Nice to show my brother.
Yes, sir.
Maybe push it around.
I just clicked on it, and yeah,
Staying
Hey,
put.
I'm just, I'm an observer. Hey, Spark,
Hey,
You
I'm
hey,
an
catching this
observer
fish
that way.
part?
yeah, a squeeze trade fired on my end. So you guys, if it breaks that, I'm in that. So I
Yesterday,
thought, yeah. Ooh, Lord, please just hit my target. 98. I'm trying to get out of 500.
nice.
I'm trying. I don't know if I'm gonna move my stop up to half of that candle just
Yeah,
now.
you got a good first stop. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, it's still got legs, it looks like.
Yeah, I just moved my friggin'
Ridiculous.
profit up. 20s, maybe. Oh, this
There
thing
you
is
go.
flying, dude. Oh yeah.
Dude,
Yep.
look at this volume. Pegged. There you go.
Yep.
You all out?
There you go.
Not yet. I'm still trailing right behind every kind of push that they do on this 2 minute. Ooh, good lord.
For you.
More up
For
at
you.
520, dude. This is cruising.
Yeah, this thing is
That
out.
15 minutes just
Oh,
bumped
I'm
to
out.
the upside.
Jesus Christ.
Take that last pop. That a boy.
That was a
Nice
nice
job.
one.
Yeah, great trip.
Stopped me out on that short, which was up. I was up like a good $70 at the max. But like I said, when the market squeezes like that, when they can't decide, once that thing fires, and it happens fast.
Yeah, I mean, the Dow reversed 150 points. So it was either going to bottom and turn, or it was, and like I said, it had that 1 hour support coming in, and the NASDAQ wasn't going to turn to the downside.
Yeah,
One of them
that's
was
what I
going
was
to
afraid
be
of on
out
my
of
short.
here.
I like that
Yeah.
NQ wasn't playing along, and it tends to be the one to do the pulling.
Yeah.
So that kind of.
100%. I say the same thing. If that thing isn't joining the ES party, or at least isn't driving it, something's happening here. Yeah, I agree 100%.
Yeah.
So Spark, where was your entry on that when you reversed? Where did you get going the other way? I seen you stopped out, but where'd you get in? Did you get in above the break on the 40, or where'd you get in?
So I wanted to get in on the 33 break was the squeeze trigger, or if you see that, it says 35. I got in at 45.
Mm-hmm.
So
I was still
like,
above that.
was
It was above the overnight high.
Yeah. I mean, at that point, I was just risking a little bit above 15 points. So I wanted to go for like a good 2R.
Nice job. You remember Kevin asking yesterday about, or was that you, Brian? Get stopped out and just reverse your position. Gets 10 points on the ES reverse and a 37 stop. All right, so all this did was trade right up to value area of yesterday, the S&Ps.
Yeah, dude, it's back to that 516.
Yeah. See, the Nasdaq's just double topped out up there. So the S&Ps are still below value area, not accepting value from yesterday. It rejected it. This high print is 49, 48.75. It gets back inside there. That could be interesting.
Yeah. I don't know. If we zoom out, we've been testing this 415 since last week. I can't play it. I don't do supply breakouts. But if this squeeze continues and this trend kind of keeps bouncing off of, like, let's say we retrace the 460s and it bounces, I think we probably test that guy. If we hold, I'll take another trade.
Mm-hmm.
You know,
this is looking a little bull flaggy here.
Yeah. You know what was kind of a tall tale that we might have had this potential bull run? If you drew a channel on a 1 hour from yesterday's downwards price action, we broke that with the volume this morning at the open. Retested and held. I was like, oh shit, this short may not work. But I mean, either way, my risk was fine. And yeah.
Oh, more importantly, you got on the other side of it. You know, trades like that, sometimes I get stuck where I can't reverse. I'm stuck in the negative, and you know, you get stopped out, and I have a tough time flipping over when I know that it's why I stopped out.
Yeah, it's tough. That is tough.
When you take it like you did, that's awesome. That's huge. If you can pull that trigger and say, I'm going the other way now. That's what the market's giving me.
I'm very systematic with how I trade. I don't even rely on my opinion or bias. Right? Yeah. I just try not to, because I suck at that. like if I think the market's gonna go, that shit does the total opposite. So I just don't think anymore. But I just shared my screen to show you, like, really quickly, because I know, like, you guys, like, what the fuck is all that stuff on this chart? I trade mainly off the 15-minute macro analysis. So, like, in the morning I look at the 1 hour, 15-minute, and that's where I get these levels that I like share with you guys. If this comes up. So I'll review this real quick. And most of the stuff happens, like, it takes me 5 minutes to do this stuff, but I'll show you really quickly. It's a little later, I guess.
So you stopped out and you got in real quick with the next candle.
Yeah, I'm going to show you why. The only reason why I was able to do that for me. So in the morning, I'm looking at the 1 hour and I'm marking this red line. Done. Marking this green line. Done. Then I move on to 15-minute and I look for any red and green lines here. So I'll mark this level. Done. And then over here, I use this one for demand. If the market decides to go back down. That's it. After that, I don't even look at the chart again. So then I jump into the battle chart, and I know that at those levels, we're going to get serious price action. So I need to be careful. But so then now I have triggers to enter the market. So at a red line below this 15-minute 200 moving average, I'm short all day. So I'll take this short at a red line. I'll take these orange wedges if we're underneath the 200, and that's it. Like, there's no thinking involved. It's just take it and put your stop above that and see if you can get that. So what happened just now was I was short because of that red line, and I just couldn't tell you which way this thing was going to break up below that 200. But my entries were pretty decent. So I waited for us to break that, loaded in here, loaded in up here, and just sat through all this bullshit. But the code is triggering only 2 trades. So there's a red line here. This red line here will create this box, and this box is the ATR of the price action at the time. So it told me to risk 44 points and stop out if we break above that. And you just got to get in. You just got to get in with inside of that box and see if you can go 1 or 2 R. It's going to do all the math here. So all right, cool. When we broke and they stopped me out on this candle, if if this gray area is telling me the market's squeezing, if it fires, it will give me another play right here. This gray box becomes your stop.
Yeah.
Yeah, so when it did that, this candle is unusual buy volume. I jumped in at 44, but it's not there. And after, if a squeeze fires, there's price action that you can pretty much tell the market is going to do. It's going to do this. Every candle closes higher than the previous candle.
And what time frame is that? 2 minute you're using?
Yeah, this is the 2 minute. If it happens on the 5 minute, I'm in too.
Yeah.
But the risk is defined at that point. It's a 2-point risk. And I got in up here, 44, so I was like, all right, whatever, I'll take that slot regardless. And I just want to go, and it's going to tell you, this trade so far went. It went 5R, the max is 5R on this trade right here. So that's why I was able to switch. Not really because like
it calculates the R for you on that break like that.
Yeah. So it's the risk after this breaks this cloud line. This is a squeeze. Top. If it squeezes, every candle should close higher than the previous one. So it took this handle and put a box at the lows. And the entry was at the break of that kind of cloud. So they call it right here. They call it 35. So entry is 36. Stop is 421. And then it's telling you that's a 15-point risk. So for every 15 points above that, it's just going to say 1R, 2R, 3R, 4R. So immediately,
does it plot that on your?
No. I just know it tells me what. So like, if you want to hold to the next 6R, you got to hold a 528.
Yeah. 520. Yeah.
So if you miss this thing by 2 points, son of a bitch. And then just for like data purposes, I calculate, well, how many R's did that trade go? And the max so far is 5. If it hits 528, it's going to move this to 6. And that's the only reason I was able to switch, because if not, I'd be stuck in here trying to see if the shorts are ever going to come in.
Right. Is it going to work? Yeah.
But yeah, that's
okay.
literally
very mechanical.
Yeah. And the cool thing about, I've been working on this shit for like 6-7 years, but the cool thing about it is, it doesn't matter what time frame, these boxes, it's only 2 plays. The market's gonna bounce at demand, reject supply, break out, reject supply, break out. So then I was like, well, what the fuck are these breakouts? This box here triggered because of the squeeze, and that breakout can then be calculated. Like just don't take this candle out, and then you're good to go. And you want to see white candles because that's buying in balance. Blue candle is selling in balance. So I mean, again, I don't really. By the time that candle comes in, I don't want to trade. I don't want to be. I'm too late. But yeah, that's like the only reason I'm able to like switch up or just not really care what happens, but take risks. If you ever want to play with this, man, let me know. I'll send it your way, and you can just watch it. I don't sell it or anything.
Yeah,
like
just
that.
from an observation standpoint. Yeah, absolutely.
You have TOS?
Do I? No.
Yeah, but for shits and giggles, now that I know that this is a one, remember we did the macro analysis already, these levels? I wouldn't want to touch this, because if that 1 hour seller comes in, the bulls could get whacked down here, and just shit that I've seen. But who knows? Maybe we rip him a new asshole today, because he's been knocking us the fuck down from up there for a while. Let's see what happens.
Well, it's longer. These last couple hours, these longer frames are starting to rotate back higher again, and now they're above the averages as well on some of these indicators. If the S&P, which is going to be needing assistance from the Dow, if it gets help and we get back inside the value area from yesterday, man, we can go all the way back up. And that'll coincide with a breakout on your NQ if they're going to break it out.
Yeah. smaller time frames already did it. Where are we sitting?
Traded right up to that. Traded right up to that 50, peaked inside value and rejected. So this zone from we sat through that, it kept bouncing from at 55, and then finally in the afternoon we broke down below it. Got that big trade into the 20s, and all we did now is we trade right back to that area, 48.50. Brian had 47 before he was going to get in. 48.50 where we are on this. Which is the value area lower yesterday.
Yeah, NQ is a totally different playbook. Like, look at ES is a totally different playbook. ES is about to break highs again. Sorry, NQ is about to break highs again. ES has ways to go before it takes out 59.93.
Sure does. That's because the Dow's down 600 points from that same level.
Got you.
So, you know, S&P 500, it encapsulates everything that's in the Dow as well as the NASDAQ. So it needs both players to really advance, and it always needs the NASDAQ. Whatever NASDAQ direction it's driving, the S&P is generally going to catch up unless it's a fake by the NASDAQ because of its components. So I always look at the S&P as like the mothership, and the two tentacles coming off of it is the is the NASDAQ and the Dow, because the components that are in both of those indexes are in the S&P. So it's an aggregate of the two. But you need the two underlying elements to assist the directional trade on the S&P. And when they're diverging like they were this morning, generally the NASDAQ is going to be the driver as to where they're going to make the next play, because it's got the strongest components. And they also happen to be in the Dow. I mean, the Dow 30, if you look at the Mag 7, they're all part of the Dow 30 as well. So I always use the NASDAQ as kind of the leader of direction. And if there's divergence, there's a tendency, the fact that the NASDAQ's not likely going to give it up. The fact is the Dow's going to stop going down because it's coming into support, like I mentioned on the 1 hour. And that kind of means that, you know, it looks like we're going to rotate back higher because the NASDAQ's too strong. I always pay attention to it. It seems to be the one that really pushes the market because of the players involved.
No, I mean, even knowing that you need both, or both are inside of the S&P, I think that's clutch, because if they are doing the opposite, like, you know, if the Dow is strong. What's that?
Like it was this morning, they were doing the opposite. NASDAQ was holding that level. The Dow continued to break lower, which sent the S&P below 20, or at 20, where Brian was trading around. And but it recovered because it was coming into 1 hour support, and the NASDAQ had been strong all morning. Stronger, I should say.
If you see something like that, would you switch to like? Yeah, I mean, I guess there's no telling what NQ is going to do. Trying to see how you could do.
It's like the only way to do it, and I've done it in the past, is I'll short I'll buy the stronger and I'll short the weaker one. Particularly in the case for NQ, especially when NQ is stronger, I'll buy that market and I'll short the Dow, because on a point and I'll do it 1-to-1, because on a point basis I'm going to make money if the NQ keeps going higher. But I want to mitigate some of the risk of taking that long by being short the Dow, because it's the weaker market. I'm going to be able to, you know, do that, you know, save myself a little bit of risk. But if it does turn or continue its strength, then I know I'm going to make money, because point for point it's going to do so.
Good hedge, man.
Like the S&P's crawling inside here, so I'm turning pretty bullish right now with these 15-minute turns. You use the 15-minute on what you're doing. I think the NASDAQ's going to break it out here today.
Break and hold for me and ES. Break and hold 59.52. This thing could,
right now.
this thing could catch some wings.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Interesting how we use different tools to conclude like the same analysis.
Well, that's kind of why I like the mic, because as we can cover so much more ground right now by talking through this. I mean, the confluence of yesterday's activity was a great example of that, in my opinion. Everybody's looking at something different. It's almost like individually we're our own indicator, confirming buy and sell direction, because we're using different tools may not be plotted on the map or on the chart, but through communication, we're using so many different analysis that we are individually our own indicator that's coming into confluence on direction.
Exactly. It was great when everyone kind of had the same hive mind for that short move yesterday.
Yeah, it was elation for me. You know, it was like, man, that was awesome.
Yeah, same. I got long on a little bull flag set up right here, but we're kind of hitting the ceiling, so I don't know.
So as I look at this, right, decision making, and the market profiles, VA right here where the S&P is right now, it needs 52, 54, printing 55. POC is at 60, mind you, from yesterday. Okay, yesterday. So that's a targeted area if it gets inside here. But for me, in order for the S&P to do that, either one of two things has got to happen. Either the Dow needs to overcome 42,500, which is still 40 points below, because that's a resistance overhead area, or the NASDAQ absolutely needs to pour the fuel on and start getting the legs up to 560.
Yep.
But they need to work together. Right now, the Dow still got overhead resistance, so I don't see the S&P going here unless NASDAQ is just going to take over and be like, look, I'm out of here. I'm taking this thing to the finish line. But the Dow's got overhead at 42.5, so I'm still a little hesitant to be getting long, particularly because NASDAQ's not broke out yet. It's still got overhead resistance at 560, so it could easily trade up there, easily, and look like this thing is just going to smoke. But if the Dow doesn't overcome 42,500, I'm not that excited if the NQ gets up there, because it needs to drag the Dow above its own resistance line. If you get both of those, where you get NQ to break out, create new highs above 560, and you get 42,500 trading and higher on the Dow, yep, you got another leg coming, probably 300 points in the NASDAQ over the course of the next couple of days.
Put us back to close to all-time high, no?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, the target, if you box this in from last Tuesday, if you just draw a rectangle box around now, let's see, Monday's low, if you just carve that out and leave that excess out of it, and you box this in, you got 330 and 480. Oh, I'm sorry, not 330, 160 and 4, that's 320 points. You roll that over, you're going up to 900 on a calculated move. It's like 880. Because generally when they consolidate like this and they're going to break out from that rectangular shaped box, the calculated move is the equivalence of the high and the low of that box.
Yeah. I think someone...
that's 340 points. Yeah, up to 8.
What was that dude? A inside of the Top Step channel? This guy he's a wizard with like just drawing the...
It's a long ways away. There's a lot that's got to happen. The Dow's still weak. Still divergent. Under VA yet on the S&P. I just don't have anything to do here.
Same here. I'm sitting on hands until this thing decides what it wants to do with the supply. But this guy A, speaking of what you said about the Saint calculating the range, I don't know if you remember A in the Top Step channel. He would take the leg that the market just did and literally put it above the, he'll measure it, put that measurement above the next breakout level, and the market will literally do that range.
Yes. Yeah.
It's like just the strength that it has, I guess. Yeah.
Well, especially when the market's been more volatile than it certainly has here the last few days, it gets there really fast. I mean, you remember the last 60 days moving 200, 300 points. I mean, it was happening quickly. Those calculated moves were happening all within the same hour.
I am glad we're no longer in, I don't know, like maybe last month it started, or this month. Yeah, this month it started calming down, or a little bit towards the end of last month it started calming down. But you remember like during like maybe March, February, March, April, the ATR on a 2-minute was like friggin' 80 points. It was like only institutions were trading during those months.
Yeah, and the spreads were like 15 points wide.
Yeah,
Slippage was another 10.
It was crazy. You'll see a fucking one candle just rip on NQ and rip 80 points. It's like, whoa. And it was doing it like throughout the entire day. Even the night sessions were the overnight sessions were like the open. that was bad. But I'm glad those guys are out of the market. What's that?
Yeah, no, I've joked with my wife. I said, look, 5 years, we change our life here a little bit. I'm going to Europe. I got to get into that time zone because I can't get up at 2 in the morning, trade some of this activity. I mean, these moves overnight are huge. There's so much opportunity that I want to put on, but I can't accept some of the risk. But man, a lot of overnight activity that really fruitful.
I'm with you. I can't accept the risk. I'd be freaking having nightmares in my dreams about like, oh man, this isn't working. Maybe we can start by like just putting one MNQ on or one MES on and giving it 60 points and saying, all right, whatever, you know. Win, I win. If I lose, I lose. But it doesn't kill the account, you know.
Right.
When you get used to it, but yeah, I don't know. I'm a little bit hands-on.
Yeah, control freak like that, you know, that's me. Because I'm wrong plenty, right? And I'd rather be wrong staring at it than wrong and not have any ability to contain it.
Exactly. I'll be right back, boys.
Brian, what do you do full time, Brian, for employment?
I'm a real estate developer. Buy
Gotcha.
some land and work with people on building different shit. Currently, I'm working on a couple of duplex projects right now. I'm just building some 2-family houses.
All right, so I'm going to be off topic a little bit. What about in the real estate side of things? Talk to me about mobile home parks.
Interesting.
Good idea. Cash flow, good value, lower end of the spectrum in terms of income quality, but if disaster strikes, I'm not trying to collect rents.
Yo. Yeah, man, that was a hell of a fucking ride, huh?
Yeah, I saw it moving. I was like, man, let me look at this thing. You see the picture I posted?
Yeah, I was in it. You had a green on green when I was short?
That's what I told you when I asked you if you were short. Like, because I said that my chart is green, it's just choppy, so I would still be looking for that bullish move.
Interesting. So what I saw that makes that a really interesting thing for me is I had a 5-minute green band, so you should have been green since 9:35.
I can't see that far on my chart.
Yeah, stops at like 10 something. But yeah, I think you were. And the reason for that is because my 5 minutes lit green and my 5 minute is at 8:14. Yours is at 10:20. So yeah, more than likely we're around the same area when the market flips green. And that move this morning, that opening range candle was pretty significant to change any trend. So I was with you. The crazy stuff was I made my money pre-market at like I waited till 8:30. I said I cannot fuck with that 8:30 candle. When I saw the 8:30 candle not rip, I said, all right, boom, and we broke my trend line. I said I'm going in. Boss man, I put some contracts on 2 NQs, risk 1 candle. That shit went 1.5 R, and I was out of there. And I just did exactly. I'm just doing what I told you with confidence, bro. If it breaks that fucking what you call it, that trend line to the upside at supply, and I have like the conditions have to be true. I'm taking that. So this when I was in my short, remember I tell you when the market is between the 200, the 15 and 200, I don't fucking know which way it's gonna go, and it doesn't really matter. But I need to be able to take my stop with confidence because if that rip happens, anyone that held, bro, trying to short. that 200 moving average, they're done. Fucking dead, D.
Yeah, maybe I'll take this stop. Chalk it up.
Gotta take that stop. That stop put me.
Like me, if I didn't did that, like I'm liable to not take my stop, keep adding, and then kaboom.
Yeah, I can take these shorts here, but now I can't take shorts. I gotta look for long setup. In fact, let me get in right here. Put my stop. Let's call it 589. No, 488. 488. This is just a 200, the middle of the Bollinger Band. I want to see this kind of stay above this level here. Anyways, now I can look for long setups. I got a wedge setup here. See if it works. Oh, I should do the same thing. Wait for a trend line break. That would be that confirmation shit you be doing.
Yeah, normally you get in at the bottom of the channel expecting it to hold and rip.
Yeah, I'm not. I got a pretty decent average here at 503, risking 88. That's what, 12, 15 points maybe. All right, cool. I can live with that. Bottom of the 5-minute bounce zone. We got a 5-minute wedge, so I like that too. You get stopped out. It's cool. I think it was a good try.
You short or long?
I'm long, but I'm longing. Another thing that I could do is only long if the so like a lot of the times I'm in on the backside of this trend line break.
Like if you look at my chart now, it's streaming. Price has broken below that gray cloud, so you'll see it on your chart where you below the money zone.
Which is fine. I don't mind getting an entry. I want to see them do that. Yeah. I'm looking at your chart now. So I want to see them bounce out of your gray cloud, your bounce zone, which is where my 15-minute, my 5-minute money zone is at. Either way, I'll just take another trade here, but I'm being aggressive in a green on green. Right now we got a green on green. So we have the best condition the market has to offer for a possible takeout of supply up here. And the only thing is I don't like 516. We're back to 516, bro. You know how that level's been giving it up. But I didn't enter at the highs of this kind of attempt to break the 516s. But I did enter during this downward price action that I drew. So we'll see what happens, but I'm starting to like use these trend lines as a way to get out of the way of the selling. Just have a better entry mechanism. Let's just leave it there. But I do like my entry style still because right now we're back green just because we took the wedges, right? If it decides to keep going down, just take a stop. Plus 14. So let's just draw out. What's the next target here? So 514 is target 1. I don't care about that one. I want to go for the 546 target. Nice rip. Nice rip.
There's that bounce cloud right off that green, right off the 5-minute.
Right off the 5-minute, buddy. Yep. So 547 is where we want to kind of get something off. So whenever we enter these trades, we want to make new highs. So it's not a bad place to put your stop or your exit at the previous swing high. Yes. If it works, it works. If it doesn't. It's good practice. Good old consistency. All right, back to work I go. Don't lose steam. What's that? Now we need the money zone to come in again. If I did the first candle,
Setting the lower high.
it could be setting a lower high. I'm not sure, but I just need this money zone right here at like 505 to continue bouncing this market. I did the right thing. I'm in during a green cloud, so let's see what happens. Like we caught some resistance there at the previous wick over there at 1114. Anywho. Sure. Yeah. You want to share your screen?
I'll be right back, Spark.
But
Yeah.
for the most part, they, you know, we've got access to stuff we haven't been waiting on. Our timelines haven't been delayed by labor as of in the last couple of years, so that's been good.
What's the price of labor right now in that industry down there?
That's a good question, man. I don't pay attention as much to that. That'd be my partner's deal. I kind of just look at the overall build cost per foot and that type of stuff and try to factor that into my stuff. He handles the different sub prices.
Is that
We just
110? At 110 build, does that include the labor and the
yeah,
materials
yeah,
and the
yep. That'd
roads
be
and everything?
yep.
Yeah.
That's all. Yeah, that'd be our all-in. You know, for
Wow,
the
that's awesome.
construction costs, and then I've got some other, you know, a few other line items in there for infrastructure, and of course, you know, dirt work and whatever else. But yeah, that's pretty much a blended cost that includes all the hard costs for the most part.
So you're knocking down 100 grand on each project?
Yeah, for each unit. Yeah, that's probably right. Maybe even a little more than that. I think that our final finishing costs have been coming at about 275. If I could sell it for 400, I'm at, you know, $1.25 or something. And then we're both real estate agents, so you know we can sell them in house, and usually we just
Sure.
take them to these like real estate these convention type deals. They're called SEC's one of them, called the Society of Exchange Commissioners, where all these folks get together, these investors, and they have people that, you know, want to buy, they want to sell, they want, you know, this and this, and we can pitch a portfolio of like, hey, I've got 8 units that'll be done in June. You know, at this price, is this something you're interested in? I'm looking for a commitment now, and then, you know, take possession after the certificates of occupancy are issued. Is this something you're interested in? Here's our price, and here's the margins. Here's what it's, you know, and just put together these packages. And then when people want to sell them, a lot of times we just give referral fees to about a damn near every agent in town. Say, you got anybody that's interested in this? We'll give you, you know, we'll let you close the deal, and you just dime us out, you know, 1% or 2% or something for the sale, and you can make the rest of the money. So it gets a lot of eyes on it.
Oh, that's great.
It's working out pretty well. We got a pretty good product, pretty good mix so far. It's there's a lot of units in town that are a little bigger, and so we're still about the same price per square foot, but we're a couple hundred square feet smaller, so competitively priced, where some of the others maybe in the 420 to 450 range. You know, where we'd be closer to the 400 range because it's a tad smaller. But
you got folks that are buying those on the individual side. If a husband and wife, for example, are buying the whole building and they're renting out the other side, controlling the neighbor, you know, kind of thing, and then driving a rent price that helps cover their own expense. I mean, do you have a lot of that activity out of your purchasers of those units?
Yeah, not as much anymore, right? I think that there was the buzzword for that was house hacking, right? They were calling that for a while, where you moved in one side and used that to subsidize part of the, you know, you use your neighbor's. Yeah, when the interest rates started to get a little bit higher, that started to make that a little, a little more difficult for people. We do get some of that, but nowadays I would say 75-80% of it is probably just investors that are, you know, just looking for something in their portfolio, and none of them are owner occupied. I mean, I bet maybe 10-20% of them are owner occupied on the high end. Most of them portfolio patterns for people.
And that makes sense because the rents have been driven to a level where, you know, that's why the investor interest is so strong, of course, is because the rent conversation has been a must and a given. You know, rents are going higher, rents are going higher. It's an easy conversation. That's like right now, you know, it's the same psychology that's happening with, you know, the dialogue on price increases. I mean, all you got to do is say, well, sorry, man, I got to go up 10% this year on prices because of the tariffs or because of the impact. There's nobody on the consumer side that's sitting down punching the calculator going, man, that guy's ripping me off. You know, he rose his price 10%. He's got nothing coming out of China. You know what I'm saying? Like in our industry, right? In my business, you know, if I use a tariff conversation, people are going to look at me and go, are you crazy? You know, you're a service business, right? And there's nothing that's imported that you're providing to us as a service. So so we've not done that for that reason. It's easy to see through it, but boy, oh boy, I'll tell you, the industries that are taking advantage of just the dialogue because the psychology is so worn out on the consumer side. It's a
Yep.
permission slip for them to drive prices.
Mm-hmm.
And that's some of the challenge I have with earnings on some of the companies is that is this unit growth or is it purely price appreciation due to the
Yeah.
inflationary environment? And what does that really tell you about their underlying business? You know, you follow me?
Yeah,
So,
yeah, yeah. That's a great thought. For us, the two driving factors have been for the rent increases have been the property tax and the insurance, right? Both of those numbers
oh
are,
my gosh, yeah,
they're
those
up.
people.
So it's not as much of landlord gouging. It's more like this is,
Yeah,
my margin is severely decreased. My property taxes are up 30, 40, 50% in the last few years. My insurance has doubled. That's got to get passed down to the tenants, right? So a lot of it is very transparent. It, these days there's this whole narrative: landlord's bad, everybody's buying everything up, I'm never going to own a house. But I mean, the landlord's costs are going up, proportionally to the rent increases. It's just not talked about as much. So
yeah,
kind of the
yeah.
cost of business, I feel like.
Mm-hmm.
But we're very competitive in these projects. The some of these cities that we're building in these outlying suburbs to the south and to the kind of the outskirts where the development is heading, they're very incentivizing these developers to come in. We get sales tax exemptions for all our building materials, and we get good property tax, either abatements or they will carry on like infrastructure. And if we need to build out the sewer, water, storm sewer, all that type of stuff, they'll allow that to be put onto a specials tax for the property, added to your property taxes and things like that. So they're doing a lot of things to kind of make the math work a little better for the developers as an incentive to get them to add more housing to
Man,
fill their void.
having that knowledge to the availability and people who are helping in those areas of your project, I mean that is invaluable.
Yep.
It's most people in that space or that are new to the space, they don't realize how much assistance is out there, or how much
Yep.
local jurisdictions are, you know, that's what the big commercials are doing, right? I
Yep.
mean, these big
Very much so.
corporates are coming in, no taxes for 10 years, you name it.
We get more of that from the kind of the surrounding neighborhoods than we do from the Wichita city itself. So it tends to be where our developments are. But that just like anything, right? The city, I don't even know if core is the word, but everything is just, there's no infill anymore, right? It's everything that
Yeah.
has to go on the outside, and that that the town's busting at the seams on in all four directions. So being on the outside, and they tend to have better school districts and things in the suburbs and that type of thing too. So building new neighborhoods in there that these folks are growing into is kind of the winning format. And
Sure.
then we partner up with another guy that does storage units. So then they pop those things up out there too, where people are moving and they can stick their stuff, in a
Especially
big
if you're
storage.
squeezing them into 1,200 feet.
Yeah, yeah,
You know?
no shit, no basement, no
I mean,
nothing
it's
like that.
self-fulfilling. It's a
Yep,
self-fulfilling model. Hey, look, I'll make your
it
house
really
affordable,
is.
but you know what? Your storage is going away, and I got that solution too.
Yeah, yeah. We usually just kind of collaborate with the guy who does that. We don't really take any cut, but it's kind of just acts as a value add for our project. And then we do a couple little
And
dumbass amenities sometimes. If we have a little neighborhood thing, we'll do a pond slash dog park thing. That costs
sure.
us literally next to nothing, 10, 20 grand or something to build. But this is just shit that you can put in the marketing to,
Yeah.
fluff it and we've got this, we've got that. You, you know,
Sounds like
uh,
to me the rent, the storage space, that's worth a royalty in my
uh,
book. I mean, look, I'm bringing the tenants to you. I'm going to offer you an acre of the 5 acre lot, or yeah, pay me out.
Yep, very much so. And this new you can move in here, and this is all nice. And there's a storage deal, down on the corner, and there's a new grocery store going in down over here, and the schools are A-rated schools in the city, and and everything is kind of highway connected. It's not a big town. You can get anywhere in 20 minutes to some of the bigger. Like we have a Coke Industries, right, from the Coke brother. I don't think it's brothers anymore. I think the one dude's died, but
Yeah,
big,
the refinery
their
guy.
big,
Yeah.
yeah, their big corporate headquarters is here. So there's a lot of folks that work there. We've got some aviation stuff going on here with Textron, and they make a lot of the Boeing stuff. So all that stuff is all 15,
You got
20
decent
minute
money.
drive.
Yeah,
Yeah,
you
and
got
it's
decent
very
money around
it's easy to live in the burbs and get to these areas in a short drive, right? So
there.
um we try to find things that are within 5 miles, not even that, 5 minutes from highway access, and it's just, and then just put all this stuff together into a marketing packet of some sort, and these are all just kind of little individual.
You go to the employers and say, hey, look, can I do a 30-minute lunch and learn and just share some information?
We
go
do
to
we do. We get the most traction with that from the local hospitals, right? Traveling nurses and things like that.
Oh, yeah, big.
Yep, the ones that we kept for rent that we had to stabilize and just kind of offload that we own. We advertise a lot. There's a couple of websites and things where these nurses on these 6-month contracts and things like that are looking for places to come and stay, and we'll rent them out. Furnishing and shit is cheap, so we'll have beds and couches and all that type of shit in there, and they're generally clean. They make good money. They don't shit on your place. I could turn them over in a week.
The hospital pays all those rents, so you get a chance to get premium dollars on those properties too.
And they respect the place too, right? Because they don't want to get on the naughty list where these places aren't going to hire them because they trash places and they're a financial liability. And I can get a cleanup crew and to get a contractor in there to clean up and do any basic repairs. I can usually turn them around within the month. So if they leave on the 1st, I can generally have it ready for market before the next month, so I don't have much holding costs and downtime or anything. So we did pretty well on those deals. The bigger companies aren't doing a whole lot, but I like the aerospace stuff. I have more luck with the nursing and the traveling doctors and things.
Buttoned up over there, man. That's pretty cool. My wife and I got into real estate, but maybe 2019, so we bought our first property in Brooklyn. We started doing Airbnbs, and that lasted for about 8 months. And I can't tell you, like, the profit from that thing was a cash cow in Brooklyn. We were right next to JFK, 15 minutes away from JFK. So anyone coming in, just, kind of booked the spot, and Brooklyn allowed us to charge premium dollars. I think I was making 200% of the rent every month. And we had one incident where my wife was like, nope, this shit is over. A gentleman came from Atlanta, and we kind of knew something was off with the booking because
yeah. Mm-hmm. Oh.
What?
Yeah.
Rent it again. Yeah, right. Oh my God.
Oh man.
Yeah. 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 Hey. Wow. Wow.
Dude, that's wild.
Yeah, you're like, honey, it's worth it. Yeah, right.
That's wild. Yeah. I've got a couple of few Airbnb rentals down at it's down in Oklahoma. It's called Grand Lake, Lake of the Cherokees down there, and it's kind of a vacation type deal. You know, good fishing, boating, all that type of stuff. And I've got a few down there on the lake, and man, we've had the same thing, just a bunch of parties and that type of shit. And it's just I get tired of dealing with that shit, man. I've got local. I mean, it's 3-4 hours for me, so I don't make it down there to go check on these things. I've got local crew that kind of keeps up on it and all that, but it's I'm severely burned out on the short-term rentals, man. It was very lucrative a long time ago, and I think that that ship is somewhat sailed or at least mitigated a little bit, and I don't know that the juice is worth the squeeze as much anymore as it used to be. So I'm kind of, I've been trying to steer away from those. I actually probably look to unload a few of them here pretty quick and just kind of be done with them, but it's a constant babysitting effort, man.
Yeah.
I don't like that.
I gotta I gotta jump here, fellas, for just a minute. My guys
Yep.
need my attention, so I'll be
Yep.
back after a bit.
Get after it. Mm-hmm. Right. Yeah. Yep. 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 Oh, sure. Yeah, of course. That's a good mix. Yeah. Yeah, this is moving now. New high. There's no new highs on the S side though. I want to see this break out. Yeah. Just jump off the bridge, man. That's all I did. I got tired of doing the. I didn't even know what I was doing when I got a real estate license, right? I know I hate sales, man. I hate being the guy that's trying to push some shit on somebody. I'm super laid back, you know. I couldn't stand the, you know, all that networking bullshit and the, you know, call your friends and you know let them know what you're doing and it's just fuck all that, right? So, but the real estate umbrella is just such a, you know, there's so many different things underneath there that you can do, and I really started falling into the you know the I'm a deal maker and I like crunching numbers and doing the finances and the projections and that type of stuff. So to be able to co-op and with the business partner I've got now, and he does all the building and he's a GC, so he handles all that side of it, and I can kind of we don't have to go find a third party builder, you know, and then have their tack on their extra margins and deal with you know the back and forth and all that stuff. We keep all that in house, so I think that's been our strong suit. You know, if we need something fixed up, he's able to send a crew over there and repair it. You know, we really cut down on a lot of the holding costs and shit in between turnover and that type of thing by being able to address stuff quickly and then just keep moving on the new stuff. But your deal, man, it sounds like you guys are great on the right track. You got a nice mix on those units there. If you can get an owner carry on one of them and you know cash on one and financing on the other, obviously reducing your out of pocket you know expenses there. I mean that sounds like yeah that's a great deal there. You find motivated seller who's willing to foot the bill for some of that stuff. It doesn't destroy your debt. Yeah, it doesn't destroy your debt to income by having to finance all of it either. You know, it's you're keeping you got good leverage. So that's you'd have to you don't live in Albany or you do or is that close to you? Okay. Yep. Yeah. Mhm. Yep. Yeah. That's yep. That's exactly what we do, man. We just have offsite, you know, management for some other place. We got a couple of deals like that. I've got a couple of things down in Costa Rica that I mess with. I go down there a few times a year, and we own like a transportation company down there. It does like airport transfers and rental cars and shit like that. And then we've got 3 or 4 different properties that we own right now, and then we've got a property management company that we started that manages another like 7 or 8 properties that aren't ours that you know owners. Yeah, we created the management company because we got tired of using people down there, but you know they handle all the cleaning, all the bookings. And then the transportation company has like they do like waterfall tours and ATVs and fishing trips and that type of shit. So we've got like 4 wheelers and things like that, and we can really do like an all-in-one service, like pick you up from the airport, take you to the house, your rental cars there. We got the next day scheduled for you for 4 wheelers up into the rainforest, and you know just kind of trying to be like an all-in-one. Then they can clean the place, get it reset, you know, handle the reservations, take the deposits. Like they can do all that shit off site. But God, I mean, being in another country for sure. But it took just a long time to get all that shit set up where it was working. And we used people at every stop, and we just basically wrote our own book and had to reset on all that stuff. Just like, man, we're paying these people to manage it. You know, something wouldn't go right, and it would you know, finally we're like, all right, fuck that. Let's find some good people and try to just build onto that. We got a guy down there that is a local guy that handles a lot of I mean, he handles basically all that shit. But that point is that you know, offsite management that's always challenging. But it seemed like it took like just one thing to wipe out a bunch of profits at some point in time, and it didn't really become fiscally beneficial until you know, in the last year or two, maybe. Yeah. Sure. Mm-hmm. Yep. 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 Okay. Uh, mm-hmm. Yep. 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 And it's not. I don't know what the tourist. I don't know if what the tourist stuff is there, but yeah, that's kind of the same deal with Costa Rica. I've been to Panama, and that's about as far down as I made it. I didn't get down to the Colombia side yet, but we're all tourists, man. We tried to do some stuff for locals and things, and they just don't have any money, man. It was all, you got to just take. It's almost like it's all VRBO, and you're just trying to, or expats, right? People that have moved there from Canada and Europe and like England and things. They've got quite a big pull down there, but man, it was the local side just didn't do anything. But that was, yeah, just it's like everything, man. We just did it wrong so many times in order to figure out how to do it right. So in terms of like trying to fast forward to get, it was hard, man. But we hung in there. I've only been doing this for 7 or 8 years, maybe, like since I knew I was having a kid, and then trying to set up for the future. I was all into the DJing and the booze and the nightlife forever, and I was like, all right, gotta be a daddy now. Time to grow up a little bit. But she was marching. Yeah, I did one and done. Marching 18, so she's 7 now. I was just cruising along and doing the nightclub stuff, and I managed to do that for a year or two, and then right when Corona came, I was all the shit shut down, the bars and clubs and all that, and it was I was like, man, all right, that's enough of this. I'm getting too old. Hangovers take too long, and could be doing the nightlife thing and staying out and didn't get home till 3, 4 in the morning, and then having to get up and do the kid stuff. So it's just something I had to give. And then I was able to hang out with her for like 2 years during Corona time when the daycares or the stuff was all weird, and everybody was all weirded out by that stuff and the uncertainty and all that. So I just hung out here with her, and then I started doing real estate in about 22, and then started getting into that stuff with a buddy of mine, and we've just been kind of cooking. Went down to Costa Rica for a vacation and met a guy down there that had a rental car company, and he needed a bunch of funding, and he had a ton of business that he just couldn't fulfill. So we ended up kind of making a capital investment in that, and I've got some good investors down here where we threw some money in and bought like 5 more vehicles and bought a couple of these like Sprinter van things, like their Costa Rican versions where they could pick up people from the airports and do back and forths, and set up a little hub up on the northern side of the Pacific. We're on Pacific side, set up a northern thing there, and then we've got all our shit way down in the southern part, down almost to Panama, on the Pacific side, and we do most of the stuff there. But we just fell in love with it, and it just seemed to be a lot of upside. And he had a little shop thing downtown, in a little downtown beach town, and we added on to it and built a whole other thing up above and made some rentals up there. So it's like a little hotel kind of thing. And it just all piece by piece just kind of came together little by little. But, that's something that I share with my kid and, I'm going to leave to her someday. So I don't think she wants to live in Wichita forever. So hopefully that's where she settles in. Okay. Right. Yeah. Well, yep.
Focus.
Right. Jay, we're talking Costa Rican, Panama real estate. You got any
Oh
experience?
yeah.
Yeah.
My family's from Panama. My grandfather owns a house in where is it? What is it called? What's the region of Panama? Shit.
That's what Spark was saying. He said he's from there.
Blue Mountain? What is it called? Give me 1 second.
Were you talking Panama City, Spark? That's where this was? Okay.
Oh, you were born in Panama? I didn't know that. Nice. Nice. I almost got stuck in Panama in 2020. COVID times. We had visited my grandfather out there for the first time, and if the trip was a week later, we would have been in Panama for 2 years.
Oh wow.
Because they shut down the airport, they shut down everything.
I do some. I've got some real estate and stuff down in Costa Rica that I mess with down kind of on the southern side, and I have a lot of people that come down there, expats, friends, and stuff, and they just go creep across the border to Panama and then come back through every like whatever it is 6 months to reset their visas and stuff. I could think they give you a 6 month. Yeah, they just go to the other side of the border, hang out in Panama for a day or two, and then come back through, and it resets the time, their clock. They've just been doing that for years.
Yeah. Yep. Yeah, it is just holding right now. Let's see if we actually break through. I mean, we're kind of just building momentum here for whatever that next leg is. It looks like it wants to be to the upside as long as we get a deal or whatever it is. But whenever that move happens, it's going to be a huge one. I know that. Cerro Azul is where the house is. It's up in the mountain somewhere.
Cerro Azul?
Cerro Azul. So Blue Hill. It's more like a kind of resort. People go up there for vacation. But yeah, Panama City is
insane. My uncle just moved back there, and yeah, it looks like Miami.
Oh, I see. Sarah Warsville, I got you. Yeah. I haven't been down to Panama City in a while. It was but that downtown shit was wild, man. Remember that nightlife stuff? That's kind of how San Jose is. We fly into San Jose and then go down to the beach where our stuff is, and it's the same way. They've got Costa Rica. They've got the same nutty ass downtown.
Hmm.
They got nightclubs. Yeah, that's what I was looking at this too, right? Yeah. Yeah, that is cool. I haven't been up there. This price action.
Spark, you go back to Panama often or no? Gotcha. Right. Keep going back, right?
Looks like we're accepting some prices over that new spike candle at 9 o'clock here. We haven't been able to break through the high there. That's been holding. The ES and Q divergence has been kind of holding me up too a little bit. I got trapped on trying to take a short earlier before that move up at like 9:48. Small position with this bullshit price action. I ain't mad, but other than that, I've just been kind of watching. There hasn't been a lot going on here. I do like that 9 a.m. candle high holding here across the top, but without any more interested buyers coming in, it's just chop, overlap.
Nasdaq is a lot stronger.
Mhm.
A lot stronger. It's just like a completely different day. Yeah, completely different day in the Nasdaq.
I failed to look at to compare those two when I took that short earlier, where the Nasdaq was holding above it was using the New York VWAP as support there for a while, where the ES side was using resistance on the bottom, and I didn't figure that out fast enough and was trying to hit the short there while the other side was going up, and didn't identify the leader and the lagger properly. So note to self. That's one of those love your loser things, though, right? You write that shit down and onward and upward.
Right.
I need more of those. I don't even get mad at that shit. It's the dumb boneheaded impulse trades that get me angry. How you trading today? Are you up? You up anything today, Jay? Trading well?
Couple bucks. Nothing really. Nothing really major. I've just been kind of focused on trying to build this indicator and automate this stuff, because I really am at the point where I want to kind of just let this run. So that's what I'm looking at right now. I'm kind of just placing trades based on a practice account, just looking at how valid some of these setups are. So right now, like, it gave me a long natural gas indication right now. So I'm long nat gas. I'm kind of right here right now. Just and letting it play out to see whether or not I can really automate this right now.
Are you doing it? Does it have a scanner component to it, or are you just like actually plopping this down on a bunch of different charts and then just setting alerts and waiting for something to ding? Or?
Yeah, so I have the 8 charts up right now. I have 8 charts up right now, and I'm just looking at which one gives me an indication, and then just taking that one manually right now.
I don't know much about building a scanner to that next level. I don't even know if you can do that.
You can. You can. I'm on TradingView right now. Just I feel like it was the easiest for ChatGPT to just get going with, because I tried to do it in Quantower and it was just like it was telling me stuff about Quantower that Quantower hasn't had for like 5 years, and I'm like, all right,
Yeah,
you clearly don't know what's going on, so let's start easy.
I messaged Coach Robert. And he said that he trained his GPT to the book, the Pine script, like, I don't know if codex is the right word, or like the manual or whatever it is that has the commands. And he said he stuck it on that thing for a while and it learned that. And he said that cut out quite a bit of his, I don't know, translation errors or whatever it was.
Right. Yeah, there's always like syntax errors and things like that. I was dealing with that last night too, but I mean, in 4 hours, I got this thing to be pretty good.
The other problem I had. Good. I'm sorry.
Yep.
Yeah. Yeah.
Right. Right. Yeah. It's somewhat holding as a support right now, but I mean the volume above it is just kind of.
Yeah, you almost need to see a hold of 550 to feel better about it. Volume profile is building out a pretty big old titties and belly formation. The old B shape. About to be looking at. I guess CSES hasn't even hit high a day yet. We're up. Yeah. Yeah. I took the that first at like 10:21. I took that first pullback there to see if there was a continuation trade on a top of the top of that 9 a.m. candle holding still in that pullback there, and then I was able to get to break even on it and scratched out on that one. But once I saw this was going to chop, hanging out now, probably go run and pick up the kid, not watch any more of this shit for a little bit, and see if anything shapes up after lunch. Oh, 500 lot filled on ES 59.50. Just saw it on the sales right now to the upside. Oh yeah, look at that. Damn, that thing, boing. That thing only sat there for a minute and a half too. Got filled. Actually, it was on the ask. I always get that backwards. It's on the ask, but then it takes the aggressive market order buy to fill, right? Yeah.
Right.
So on your time and sales, when it shows it as green, that's because there was the momentum into it, not the.
It lifted the offer, right? Yep.
Gotcha. Parsimonious mean. I'm straight gonna highlight that one and hit Google here. I never heard of that. Parsimonious, unwilling to spend money, stingy or frugal. All right. Learn something new every day. Never heard that shit. They dropped that on
Where'd you just
somebody.
hear it?
It's in the chat. Brookslack says, feels like it would be more parsimonious to have long and short trades be two separate algos.
That's a SAT word.
I'm definitely dropping that in a meeting this week with people that have no idea what that means and see what they say. Right after I say ball on them. This kid called me a supreme ball knower the other day. He was probably like 8. I was like, oh man.
Wow.
Hit that
hilarious.
YouTube. Yeah. Parents got to cut down the screen time, buddy. Knicks are tonight, right?
Yes, sir.
How you feeling on the series? Got a
I
shot?
think they win it in 6. I think they win it in 6.
Yeah. Okay. I took your pro tip on winning at home. I gave up a little bit on. I tried to take it in Boston, and that didn't hit. And then didn't they win by like 40 or something?
Yeah, it was a blow. I mean, that was like, you kind of expect Boston to come back the way they did, right? Game 5, Tatum's out, everyone's all motivated, hyped up. We can do it even if he's not here. That should only last so long. It's like you can't win a series without your best player.
Yeah. Brunson's too much, man.
Yeah.
Looks like it's Knicks minus 4.5 at home. I don't hate that. Pacers have been tough though, man.
Yeah, they're pretty good.
I think OKC's rolling.
Yeah, I think so.
I saw they were like minus 220 or something to win. Man. Took the Wolves at like 14-1 like 2 weeks ago to win it all. Just a flyer. Put a lot on
To win the chip?
Yeah, 14-1, man. I was like, shit, dude. What is that? 15? Whatever. What's 15? Like 7% likely or something. I was like, man, I think they got a better shot than that. Just a good old degenerate EV play. Yeah. ES is looking at a new session high here almost.
Help the equities.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I haven't been in the city since. I thought about going in and just watching the game somewhere in the city, but yeah, it's funny because you look on Instagram or YouTube or whatever, it looks like it's crazy, but it literally is just right in front of the Garden. Everywhere else outside of that is just like. Yeah. Right. No. You go, 20 blocks north or south of the Garden, and no one cares.
They're saving up for the Nets. They're saving up for the Nets, man. Saving that energy.
Right. If the Knicks make the finals, then yeah, this it's going to be crazy. Even if they lose, right? It's going to be insane.
Shit, I was thinking the opposite. I was thinking short to top down to about 515. Yeah, and then the 15 minutes just barcoded dog shit too. Yeah. Really just about a 50-point range here from 50 to 500 to 550.
Yep. Yeah. It's gonna be either in 20 minutes or in 2 hours, right? And nothing in between, unless a headline comes out.
It's that okey doke shit, right? They just lull your ass to sleep with it, and then they just run
Yep.
with it, and you miss the entry, and then you just watch it go. Yep.
Look at Bitcoin. MBT on Top Step if you're on Top Step, but yeah, it is just it's up 2.5% right now, making new highs.
Boosted. Yeah, just
Yep.
broke out of that hit a little chop for a little bit. Back up. No, it's at 110. Jesus, I haven't looked at that shit in a minute.
Yeah.
All time. That's all time high. It's like 112.5. Cooking.
Yeah, we're close to it.
Cooking. I'm always trying to figure out whether I need to just pay attention to one thing, keep it simple, stay focused, or diversify my skill set here. You know, you can go to Google or wherever and find, equal sides of either of both sides of the coin. People telling you to do either side or whatever.
Yeah. I really think it depends on the person, to be honest.
Okay.
It really does. Like, for me, what we do on Top Step TV is tough, right? Because it's a lot of focus on one market, right? And it's trying to make a decision out of a market that may not be moving, right? Most of the time. And for me, that is what usually leads to just clicking the button just to put something on, right?
Yeah.
Where if I can scan 8 different markets, I may not need to place a trade, but one of them may be presenting an opportunity for something that makes my brain click and say, oh yeah, hey, that's what you were looking for. But I think it depends on there was Lisa, she was on the other day. She's number 2 on the leaderboard, and she says she looks at a bunch of different markets. She only trades a couple. Because she said it, she was like, I have ADHD. She was like, so sitting here and just like waiting for something to happen, she was just like, it's not the greatest as a trader for her. So yeah, it really depends on the person.
I wonder what I'm learning, right, by watching this shit just overlap and go back and forth. I mean, like, my point in whole, I think, is to try to watch and learn a market and its price action. But what am I watching by sitting at chopping a 10-point range for 2 hours? It's not. I think I try to boil it down. It's not as educational as I seem to think that it is. And to your point, I think I can see a lot of, as a viewer of Top Step TV all the time, I can kind of tell that, some of it needs to be like, more trades. People want to see that shit from a YouTube perspective, but some of the trades do seem forced. I think that comes through as, it's
right. Yeah. I mean,
it's the peanut gallery of the chat, and keep everybody.
Especially if we're going to focus on one place, right? Like, the focus is like, a lot of times they're just like, oh, and they don't tell us this, right? We can trade whatever we want on there.
Yeah,
but if I get on there and I trade the 10-year, people are going to be like, why the hell is this dude trading this, right? Because it's boring.
Hey, Jay, this is Teton Capital. Say,
hey, what's up?
What's the overall objective? What's the goal with what Top Step TV is doing? Is it to entertain? Is it to provide information? Is it a platform where you're sharing all the tools and all the new items? Is it, because you've got a channel that's running, but there's a multitude of things that are happening. And so it gets to ask the question, like, what's the objective? What are you trying to accomplish with the channel? And that you might be able to hone in a little bit, or at least take some of the pressure off that when the traders come on or when people are on television to feel like they need to put something on, because you've all heard it before, is,
Right.
90% of your day is just watching.
Just
And
watching.
10%
Right.
of your day is, yeah, and so you watch these other guys that are on channels producing content, I mean, they're answering questions in the chats, they're talking about politics, they're whatever, they're connecting with their viewership, if you will, and generating a relationship. Right
Right.
now, that platform right now is it's an incubator of waiting for you to make a move, which you're being, so much challenged and forced into because you're on television. And then you're opening the door to all the heckling that goes on a consistent basis as a result. And it's
Right.
like, where's the fruit? Where's the fruit in having 5,000 people view you? Is it purely for entertainment? And if that's the case, then what you're doing is right. I mean, you're providing an opportunity for people just to jam you every single time you take a long position or a short position, because you got
Right.
half the group on your half against you. I mean, it's just entertainment at that point.
I think just by the nature of the internet, even if we were, only taking, and for the most part, everyone on the show is taking, a setup that you're going to take if you're not on camera, right? Either way, if I waited all day to take a trade and said, hey, this is my A+ setup, I've measured this, somebody's going to say that they don't like the trade, right? And that's just the nature of the internet. People just innately want to feel, or they need to be a contrarian, or they need to tell you your opinion, right? MySpace kind of ruined people, I think, and gave everyone a platform to talk. And it kind of just shows in the YouTube chat. But I think the goal of the show is to entertain, for sure. It's to entertain. It's to, any new initiatives that are coming out with Top Step, kind of push those things forward as well. So it's a combination of both. And sometimes just to make people laugh. It's to, during boring times when the markets aren't moving, here's a news break, completely random stuff that, this might distract you from taking a trade in a, less than ideal environment. So it's a combination.
Great entertainment, right?
Right.
Yeah. So one of the things I kind of interested to know, and I don't understand how YouTube monetizes these channels. I don't know how these folks make money. I know a lot of it's being done, and I don't have a clue how that's happening. But if it's a combination of subscribership and or viewership and the length of the viewership, whatever those metrics are, it's just my thought. From a business standpoint, is anybody evaluating? And you heard it when you guys were giving stuff away or doing discounts or free resets. Is it not true that the figures and the analytics behind the viewership was starting to grow and exceed because of all that activity? And if you see some of these
100%.
other channels now, I mean, so has Top Step just simply earmarked every day, look, we're going to put a $500 value, which is small relative to the size of your viewership, I'm sure right now in terms of revenue generating. We're going to put $500 values right now on just simply giving away combine activity. So if people are there as a viewership and just heckling and being entertained, if you were just to constantly drop combine opportunities every day, I think you would have a lockdown audience that would not only grow, but would be online every day because they're trying to get that shot and opportunity. And when they spin the wheel and the guy's name comes up as a participant where he wins the combine, I mean,
Right.
it's a form of advertising. It's a form of marketing for a very little cost. But people, I mean, this is a gambling environment for a lot of these folks anyway. So if they just simply had it running in the background, you'd have 10,000 viewers likely, just because they know every day you're going to give stuff away and it's going to be
There's a chance
so
to
many
get something for free. Yeah, no,
Absolutely.
that's a good.
Yeah, that fire drill bullshit. Yeah. It was a fire drill, right? They had that smoke and shit that would come out the fire drill. They just bombed those resets and everybody. Yeah, I remember that.
And
Yeah.
That was the point I was going to make. Yeah.
Oh, there's the breakout.
Yeah, you fuel all the other potential challenges, and I can understand that.
T-Ton, what you said, I do kind of like, and if you did it where it's not everyone is getting a free account or a free reset, because that's what we did with the fire drills, right? It was, hey, everyone who's watching, here's a code, and everyone gets it. So then, Spark, like you said, right? Then there's 4,000 people who are watching live, and then the other 10,000 who heard, oh, hey, Top Step's giving away free shit, so let me go over there too, right?
Yeah.
If you did it where you kind of spin a wheel and someone in chat randomly gets it, then I think it's better because like you said, it's not that much of a cost to give away a free account. But if you're then completely overloading your support team on the request, then that, from a business perspective, can't make sense, right? Because now I might be having to pay support overtime to just handle all these requests from people who are just gonna YOLO accounts.
You can't put a dollar value on the psychological stress that you're putting that support through. You could pay $50 an hour, and they're gonna say, "Look, man, this ain't worth it. I don't want it." Yeah.
Right.
Hey, by the way, we're back in value area. Yeah. We've been trying all morning to get inside a VA from yesterday, and we're finally above that now, looking pretty healthy at the moment.
I'd like to see a new high day here on the ES side to catch up.
The other thing, Jay, on that comment is the point being made, 90% of the industry is still going to be that part of the industry that's looking for, how many times they're rolling combines and resets, and they're just, this is just a gambling environment for them. That's probably, no matter what the figures are, that's always going to be the case. And so, but I think you make a good point on the accomplishment there is give the teaser opportunity, but yet you're able to control how much of that activity you're going to create on the back end. That's a huge help relative to what was happening before. Yeah.
Yeah, there's a way to do it, and I know the TV team is working on it, right? Working on how to do giveaways and things like that. But it just, with kind of how the business is going now, it just has to happen a certain way, and we're closer to it, but they've had to make some changes recently.
Yeah, and you can really see the progress, I feel like. I mean, it's, you guys are 10,000 viewers a lot. You don't need to do some of that, base crowd building bullshit as much anymore, I feel like. But even now, like the top quiz, the prizes and shit, it's the same thing. You get the top 5 and then they pick 15 others, but they give an extra entry, not a free reset or not, it's, I feel like it's kind of been reeled in a little bit.
Right.
Even though that's just rigged.
Some of that where you're trying to separate yourself from some of the antics that are out there too. At the end of the day, there's a lot of that going on, and you're like, look, we've got to grow into an adult here. So
I'm curious to see what happens, like with a bunch of other firms kind of starting their channels and things like that, where how Top Step built the brand initially. And it's funny because a lot of people say, oh, they built this TV network on affiliates alone. It's not necessarily the case. I think Dakota and I were on the first 2 weeks of Top Step TV. We were both on, and neither one of us had a following, right? So people were just like, oh, I've been on Top Step TV longer than these guys have, and it's just like, it's not really true. So I'm curious. I'm curious. No one knew who we were, right? So I'm curious to see, these other, because there's a couple of people, right? They just go straight to an affiliate and say, hey, you know what? Push our code. You're gonna bring us viewers. I'm curious to see how much traction they get doing that.
JD just said the Ninja Traders having their day show now too.
Oh yeah, yep, yeah. Ninja Trader, My Funded Futures, Tradeify starting tomorrow. Of course, you have PW running his stream. Yeah, so there's a lot of them. And it's just like there's only but so many eyes, right? I know there's a ton of people, and it's funny because sometimes when I'm not trading, from the entertainment marketing side, I kind of step back and just see what other people are doing in the space, and you'll see people who are in the Top Step TV chat, they're in Patrick Wheeling's chat, they're in, it's just like, are you trading or are you just here being entertained, right? Because there's no way you're actively trading well if you have 16 different streams running at the same time.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
Right. Mm-hmm. Oh, nice. Right.
Yep.
Right, exactly.
Not sitting in here talking real estate for 30 minutes and pissing everybody off. You get a
That's
little
good
support.
conversation, though, Brian.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
definitely.
I enjoy it. Better than watching that hour and a half of price action there.
Right.
Looks like we're getting a little resistance to support here, maybe, if this holds. The tops of those highs on the ES was 52.5, and it's kind of right there now from the top side. That wasn't quite the breakout on the NQ side I was looking for.
Get out before that.
Well, that trade was up to 560, which is the high from the 19th, and then the S&P just went to basically the range yesterday, the bottom of the range from yesterday, at 55 through 57, somewhere in there, and it's rejecting both of them. That. And that Dow trade I mentioned, that it can't get over that 42,500 I mentioned a couple hours ago.
I just got short the Dow.
Yeah, as that continues to hold, this move is all led by the NASDAQ, and it ultimately is going to need to break 560 for either to force the Dow to turn around and to therefore allow the S&Ps to keep getting higher, because that's what's leading the move. But all it did was double top. Right now, the NASDAQ double topped, and the YM is still holding overhead at 42.5. So as long as that's the case, it's just kind of a fade the move kind of trade right here.
Kind of aligned with what the daily is saying, right? Really no directional movement on that daily candle for the last 4 days.
Go back to, I mean, the Dow's got a lot of resistance right now, and that's really holding the S&Ps from really moving, because that NASDAQ is just carrying the boat today. Like you said, we're 40 handles away from the S&P. Yeah. We're 40 handles away on the S&P, but the NASDAQ's just double topped. So it shows you the Dow's dragging. Dow's down 600 points from its same level.
Let's see if I put this in the chat. I took that Dow
Where'd
short.
you get in at? Yeah.
I am short from 464. So I'm going to share this in the chat really quick. It's the trading view indicator that I was building. So it shows you short entry, target, and where the stop should go. And what I have it doing is either the target and stop is based on the candle high and low, or the ATR. You get to choose. So right now this trade is at a 1-to-1, and that target, that green line down there, is a 2-to-1 target.
That thing popped right to 90 92 and absolutely reversed
Fell
on
apart.
this 5. Yeah. Coming to the top of the hour, 30-minute bar printing here in 2 minutes. Yeah, this is pretty. You shorten the weakest market, Jay. It's a good thing.
And this is why I like having multiple markets up, right? Where which one is going to give me the move the cleanest? That same trigger that I just got in the Dow hasn't shown up in the S&P, Russell, or the Nasdaq, right? So I just want to trade the one that gives me that. I don't care what market it is. I just want to take it. You know, I'm going to take one off here.
Nice trade. Nice trade.
I'm also long crude. So it's in the voice channel chat, but it's basically, so what I have the indicator doing is volume threshold, right? You guys know everything I do is based on volume. So I can change what that threshold is. Right now I have it showing me, so the signal candle is a volume spike of any volume candle 2 times the average, right? So that's the signal. Then the confirmation is a close below, a close on the opposite side of the extreme of that candle, right? So what I'm trying to catch is what is the exhaustion point, and then the reversal from there. So if you look at that picture, there's a blue diamond. That blue diamond is telling me that buyers pushed into a level. Then the lines only show up when we get a candle close below that, and then I have it set to the risk based on the candle. So stop goes above the candle high, and then a 2 to 1 from there. In the Dow or the Nasdaq? 1208. On the 3-minute, no, right? But what time frame are you looking at? 2 minute. Let me switch it to a 2-minute chart. Mm-hmm. You talking Eastern time or Central time? 1208 Eastern. No, I don't have anything there, but I see the reversal. But for me, it didn't trigger anything. So I'm curious, like if I have mine set to 2x the volume, 2x the average. I'm gonna put it to 1.5 and see if that changes anything. Okay, so if I put it to 1.5, then yeah, that candle that you're talking about shows up. Yep. Yep. All right. Now the Dow is giving me. Oh no, that was a different time frame. See, now I got to keep it on the 3-minute time frame.
You get under 400, it's gonna open up here, Jay. It's coming right now.
Yep. So it just hit my target. Now I'm trailing.
Yep.
I'm gonna trail to 40s.
There it goes.
Yeah. Jeez.
Yeah. It's got a 1 hour down at 270, Jay, and that was an area we were watching this morning as to whether or not it was going to continue to drag the ES down to 15, which it didn't. It held it up, but it's got room down to the 1 hour 200 at that 270 area thereabout. Man, you got VWAP overhead. You got 1 hour 9 overhead. You got a lot of, anchor to
I'm,
keep this thing
I'm
moving
trailing to
lower.
440 and just leaving it there. So the one thing
Yeah,
that
so
I
now-
didn't even plan for with this indicator was it's going to show me where momentum is also, right? Because it's marking out 2 times the average volume, and sometimes that means continuation, right? So these
here
are
it
now
comes. It's still
this
popping.
volume is giving me continuation signals now. We just got one in the Nasdaq as well.
There must be volume coming in because that thing is spiking down at like 3 to 6
Yep.
handles at a time. That's not typical.
Spark, you holding? Or are
Yeah.
you out? Or you going? Or you're out? Good, good. Okay. Oh, nice, nice. Mhm. Yeah. Yep. This 380 to 400 area is gonna be tough in the Dow. Let me share my screen real quick. I don't know if you guys are probably in trades as well, so I don't know if you wanna.
Over here, what's this? Yeah, I'm gonna show this chart. Go ahead, Jay. I'm just watching. I'm not in right
Alright.
now. I'm trading.
So-
So
Pulling this up here, you guys. I'm just showing you not the trade that I'm in, but the indication, right? So Brian, you were saying, does it take off when we get a new print? And I kind of don't want it to, because you see where we just bounced, right? For whatever reason, and this is now, I literally tried to take everything that I do manually, all the thinking that I do manually, and put it on the charts, right? So I would mark out this candle. I don't even know what the volume candle looks like, but I know that at some point this was 2 times the average volume, right? If I leave this on here, it's not a coincidence, right? We say all the time, the market respects volume. It's not a coincidence that when we come back down to here, this little orange indication is telling me to manage the trade, because there was some volume in this area at one point.
Right.
Yeah, because this could very easily just bounce right here.
I just got short at 09 on the NQ only because I got a 30-minute breakdown here. So I'm gonna put my stop above the high of the bar, which is at basically I don't like it there, but maybe I won't go so wide. 520, 520, 520. Yeah.
I was kind of liking the other way, the old reversion back to the 515s.
My first stop is gonna be the 460. That's that breakout level, or it's not. Actually, it's just above it, but 460.
Yeah, what I see that too.
I'm 524 on my stop. 15 points. The Dow climbed back above 400, didn't it? Look at that.
Yeah, it did. Yep, just held up right there, right where that volume came in before. I'm sure if somebody's looking at a volume profile, there's a shelf or something there, because right where that volume came in. Was there an auction? Is that what that was? Is that why we started
12
seeing?
o'clock. Yeah, the 20-year. I didn't look at the results here. Yep.
Yeah, that's what I'm
505. boxes on your chart, Spark? Have boxes yet? Okay. I'd like to see 65 on the 5-minute down near that 440, 450 range. Let's see if we go over here. Come on, keep her coming. Come on, yeah. All right, I'm gonna work. I'm going to 82 with some cover here, and then I'll let the run go. But that's a 1 minute, 200. It's just below 80, so I want to get out.
Nice. Yeah, there's definitely some follow through on this. I don't know. The news doesn't even matter. Who cares what they're talking about? But I'm gonna trail this Dow trade back above 400. I'm out.
Spark, remember? Oh yeah, good flush too on the YM. Look at that. I wasn't watching it. Yeah, 270J is what I've got on mine. Spark, that 440 buy breakout you had earlier. We're gonna retest that candle wick from the 9 o'clock bar when the European deal was announced. The high of that bar is 440. I'd be targeting just above there if anything on the runners here that we have left.
That's right at the New York VWAP too.
Okay. 440. I'm in front. I'm gonna stay above that at 46.
Below 60. This I think yeah. This 60 right here.
Yeah.
Below that, I think we get back to
NQ.
NQ, yeah. Let's see if they want to hold it up. There was a big buyer there earlier today, but below that, if they give that up, then right back to 400s where we've spent the past 6 days, and that's where we saw that 1500 lot come in.
Yeah, 399, 75.
Yeah, right. All right. Gonna try a little more here. Continuation signals. It's 460. Gonna a little hesitation, but
trailing down just above 90, 92 on this.
Yeah, I'm gonna go to 380, 390 on the Dow. 380.
Come on, baby. Coming.
Dow taking out the low of the day here would be amazing. A couple ticks. What happened? So it's like it doesn't even matter, right? This is why I like focusing on price action and volume.
There it is.
No one knows what's going on.
Seriously. Yeah. Out. 46. I'm done.
Nice trade.
Absolutely.
I'm gonna trail to above 350s. I'm out. Not surprised to see that hesitation at low a day. They want to try to save it.
It's a lot of activity running through lunchtime here. Interesting. That's a big reversal. I mean, NQ reversing out highs there. I mean, that's 100 handles. Maybe some time
just
here.
Got a long signal in gold.
I can't believe all of it. At 1 minute, At 1 minute, NQ came within 3 points of that spike high at 9 o'clock and rallied 30 handles.
Nice out there. Come on, just keep going. There's no reason to buy this. That's me talking my trade now, which probably means I'm gonna get stopped out.
I like this. I like this 1 hour. I like this 1 hour test though. I'm watching it all morning this morning, trying to figure out direction. The Dow down to 270. I like it. Yeah, I'm gonna do this.
Yeah, they let price trade a little bit above it, but you know what a great sign there is? That those 550s, right? The volume signature above 550, there really wasn't any interest once we got up there. Right? I'm looking at Delta, it was pretty much flat, right? So for us to continue going, somebody needs to keep buying it, and the first people that are going to sell that create this move is all of the buyers that bought, day traders that bought in that consolidation, and they're just like, wait, it's not going higher, get out of here. Right. 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 It has to bounce.
Here it comes, Jay. Here it
Yeah.
comes. You growing and downside snaps.
Delta's increasingly negative too on this Dow short. See what happens at 300. No size sitting at 300. I'm gonna trail a little more here. Out above 320s. Whoa.
I like it. Going to 24. There it is. 70. Dang.
There's
72. Yep.
There's 70s.
There it is. 69. Yep.
All
There's the
right.
1 hour.
I'm out
Yeah,
above
baby.
300 now. 305 is gonna be my stop. Do I just take this?
It's a 1 hour trend line or a 1 hour line here, Jay. 1 hour on the YM. This is a print of the 200 EMA on the 1 hour. It's right here.
It's still going. It's still going.
It is going through it.
Nasdaq has view up right here, 410. All right,
Yeah, that's
I'm out
the
above.
value area. Let me go back.
There's view up in the Nasdaq. All right, I'm out above 275 here.
Now remember, POC on NQ for the move from last Monday's open, a week ago Monday with the big up move, the POC is at 395 for yesterday's close.
JD just said the weekly POC is 421.
Yeah, we're right in a zone right here.
Let's see what happens. Oh, I don't even have the data up for this.
They got me with the okey doke. They lulled me to sleep with the bullshit. And then I went to go get something to eat, and then it sold off.
Value area low right now for the day is at 93, 393 on the NQ. We're right here, both those levels right here. Now.
I'd look at the low of that. Look at the low of that 10 a.m. Eastern candle. Right, we're at 50% of it right now. 364.
Sparks 374, 375, 380. That's the area this morning we couldn't break from. So, yep.
The Dow is falling apart right now.
All right,
What
is
is
this
happening?
Yeah. Oh, we're through 15. Oh, yeah.
Down the Russell almost down 2% right now.
The challenge with the NQ, 350 is support on NQ. If it rolls through that, that'll put the double bottom S&Ps at 04. So we might get a bounce here at 350. Because S&Ps will go to 04 with a double bottom of the overnight low.
What are the bonds doing right now? I'm trailing a little bit more here. I'm out above 240s.
Hey, that's an awesome trade. 500 to 150 on that in the last 30 minutes.
Yeah. Right.
I was in at 509, and I'm watching the rest of this move right now because I'm out completely at 46. But 509, I was in with a 24. This is the bounce area here. The
I'm out about
S&P
200, 220.
Just bounced 8 handles with the 04 double bottom of the overnight low.
This is a lot of momentum here.
Yep. These are below here. Wow. And this is a lot of price action.
This had to be that bond auction. I'm trying to look at the. Oh yeah, that's what it is. 30 years making new lows. 30 years about to make new lows on the year.
65 is the target on S&P. 65 is the target on the move. God dang it, I wasn't holding. I know, and I'm trying to find the right spot now. Gosh, it just went another 100 handles without me.
Yeah, this is pretty nuts. There's no way I'd hold full position here, but I'm on a 1-lot runner right now and just. Okay, 100s here might bounce here, so I'm out above 150s.
Man, it blew right through that 1 hour. Man almighty.
Jesus Christ, it's still going.
I mean, this is 900. We got all the way down to 900 yet. Just trail that thing, because S&P, they ain't slowing down here.
No, they're not. 42,000 is the target in the Dow?
I'd say 41,900.
Yeah.
It's the lows. It'll pin up with the S&Ps with the lows from last week. It's like 65 to 68.
I might get tagged here in a minute. I'm out above 160.
What are you trailing? 1 minute, 2 minute, Jay? What are you trailing for time frame?
So each one of these volume candles, right now I'm going to 50% of each one of these 3-minute candles.
3 minutes. Okay, I'm gonna watch this.
Yep. Yeah, 50% of each 3-minute candle.
Yeah, you're good. You're good. The candles are so big, though. You're giving up
right.
a lot of
yeah, I'm giving up a lot. Right. And that's why I said, like, this couldn't be full position. I would have to.
Yeah, that's 100 points. That last 3 minutes, 100 points. It's going, breaking again.
See, that's what I should be doing, Spark.
I can't. I'm watching it. Cheering you guys on. I can't do it here.
Should be adding to this.
I did get long. Yeah.
It's crazy because all this is back to the opening range. It seems like a huge move. But the Dow is extending, but in the Nasdaq it's just back to the opening range, right? So we're still Nasdaq's down 0.7%. I don't know what is causing this move, but
I got short in a Darwin, so I did pick up 200 handles on it. I'm actually going to close to have some of my position there. So I had NDX from 450, so I'm out of
nice.
half that position. This thing is still going, Jay.
Should melt.
900, man. It's just.
I'm gonna be out above 125 now. This 3-minute candle is a little indecisive.
Now, why can't you be on TV, huh?
Right. See, this is how I want to trade on TV. And I could have, you could have cut. We would have been focusing on the Nasdaq here. The Dow's the first one that gave me a signal.
Yeah. You know, there is a breakout bump right here. I'm going to post this chart. If we don't revisit here, it slowed it down. I'm going to post this right now in the general. Okay, let me clear all these other lines. This is the area we're at right here. It's the breakout. So Jay, I'm going to put this over there if you want to look at it. Where is it?
Look at that.
Okay. The red line, there's a breakout move from last week, Thursday.
Okay.
Came right down.
Got you.
Touch that
Nice.
level.
Nice. What is that? Like 970?
And let's see.
I'm out above 100 now.
But that's the macro chart on the index, mind you. That's not YM. So
Got you.
I
Okay.
use that as a reference. I always use the cash as a reference.
Makes sense.
But it's right here and now on the futures at 050 basically. And you're slightly below it right now. Oh, look at that close.
$165 in Nasdaq.
Where are we?
Yeah, we are.
Now remember. Oh yeah, we are. Holy smokes! Where's that? Nasdaq. So what's this number here? So the 260 represents on the market profile. That represents the midpoint.
There's 42,000s.
That represents the midpoint. That represents the midpoint from May 13th to the highs. Spark is at 260. So from last Monday's trade, right here now at 260 is the midpoint. We're slightly under that, and looks like we're holding below it.
I'm looking for this to take out the weekly low. Actually, no, we're below the lows of the week in the Dow. Lows of the week in the Nasdaq are around what is that? 116s. Yeah.
And one more reference. One more reference here. 250. No, that is 246. Represents the initial balance of the trade on May 13th. So we're right at the initial balance high of May 13th.
From the 13th.
Which is the spike up day, right? The first hour. We're right here trading around the IB high at 46. Well, we're under
ES just dinged the 200 daily SMA. Looks like it's trying to get below now.
Nice. I'm out below. I'm out above 4250.
Yeah. Go back here. I don't have that one up.
4250s. I'm out. Right.
Yeah, gosh, Jay, that's 70 handles you got to give up there.
Yeah. This 42,000, I probably could have just taken it off at 42,000. I just never manage trades that way, right? Because if I do, I don't catch a quarter of this move, right? If I set a profit target, because I don't know it's gonna do this, so I got to be okay with giving up some of it. It's just I want to try about 20%. If I catch anywhere from 60 to 80% of a move like this, I did my job.
Yeah. Well, three.
I don't. So there were some messages from China. There was like some comments out of China last night that did not seem very like. It didn't seem like there was a deal on the table. And they were just like, the U.S. is causing a lot of, issues with Chinese companies and things like that. So it didn't sound favorable. I'll find out what happened. Oh, Trump was speaking apparently.
Yeah, he's meeting the South African guy, South African president.
Huh. Trump
and I don't see a lot of stuff on the news though about it. Just
me either. I mean, it's kind of just a technical break, but
getting a 41,900 is coming, man. Oh my.
Yeah.
Double bottom on the ES is at 67, by the way. Double bottom on the ES is 67 with all the recent trade activity sideways that we've had here.
That EMA is at 58.84, the 200 daily. That one Paul watches.
Here it comes. Right. Here it comes.
Another trail spot. I'm out above 42,000s now.
That is incredible.
Man, I missed that initial move, and I haven't even found a 3-minute pullback or anything to even get in this shit. It's just gone.
Yeah. Nope.
No.
I even drew a couple of 1 minute. Yeah, I even have a couple of 1 minute anchored VWAPs, and that shits didn't even get close.
I'd be out of, see, for me now, that's the YM target I had early this morning. Look at that. And I just watched 400 points. I'd be out right here at this 10. That's
next opening range.
They're about to tag me out. Right.
A little support there.
Let's see, my stop's at 98.1. 981.
Double bottom at they hit 67 and a quarter on the double bottom.
On the ES side? Yeah, I see that.
Yep. It lined right up with this YM move here.
Okay.
I never do a good job of trailing. I try to find these levels and then I just quit. I'm done.
I have pretty good luck doing anchored VWAPs from the swings.
I just don't. Oh, man. Yeah, I know it. I know. I could never do that.
All right, I'm out there. I'm out. They took me out.
Hey, come on, man. Yeah, exactly. You see how small that candle became? Like that 3-minute bar you're trading on, Jay?
Yep.
That candle is the smallest one out of the group.
Exactly. Yeah, and look at where it happened, right? That 42,000 gave us some hesitation, then 41.9, like you called out, and then we see it bounce from there. Good, take me out. I don't need to hold on to it.
S&P's 20 handles right off that double bottom 67. Look at that.
Nice trade, guys. See, this is why sometimes it's hard to be on Top Step TV sometimes, because look at the price action we got this morning, right? What was I supposed to do with that? There was a decent long opportunity right off the opening range, right? But if you didn't catch that, what was the trade? But something like this, right? And sometimes I'll take a trade on Top Step TV and people are like, oh, this guy, he doesn't trust his trade ideas. It's like, if the market's moving, there's nothing for me to trust, right? It's just stay in the flow and don't get out until it stops. But when it's back and forth, overlap, to me, it feels like a guess, right? There was no guessing about where this market was going once it started going.
Mhm.
All right, guys, I got to step away for a minute to help my guys here
Yeah,
in the
same.
shop.
For sure, guys.
Yeah.
All right.
You
Great
deserve
job.
it.
Have a good one.
I think that's it. That was the day right there.
That might have been it.
Yeah.
I mean, unless they do what they did yesterday and bounce all the way back, but I can't take that backside trade, so I'm gonna go ahead and get some work done too.
All right, guys.
Later.
Good trading with you.
For sure.
Later.
Good. Yo. Yeah.
Yo. Much, man. What's going on? Look at that big ass spot. That was 400 points. $263 point candle on the 15-minute. 363 on the hourly that's still working. Literally, again, I always say this though. You know where it fell from? But that 562 was previous day's high. It literally tapped it to the number and then flushed out. So even if it was, it still reacted to a level. That's why you try to tell Vegas, even if news come out, you almost still can, it's gonna be near a level. You can't damn near deny that. these trades. I'm like, you got long, like it'd be way above you red. I'm like, that shit can go long all the way back up to it. put it too tight. Don't stop me out. I don't want to move it though. Come on, drop, 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 drop. Oh, it don't want to drop. It's gonna hold. All right, I got everything sitting right there. This is like a little pseudo 3 bar. Hey. If this drops, I'm about to be paid. Come on, baby. Just let that candle hold right there. That candle hold right there. 500 on the day already. I just need that. Oh, it's gonna hold. All right, I can put a stop. Oh, come on, 3 bar plate. There you go. Go though. Don't you dare come back. Oh, you just wicked them. You did a wickamaroo. Ah, I should have took that 500 when I had a chance. All right, man. They played me, Spark. They played me. Oh my God. They played me though. The 3 bar play triggered. It dropped and then it popped. I had a chance to get out up here. I'm stopped out on that one. Oh, that sucks, man. They messed up my $500 day. I'm up 066. It's about to go again. I just had to stick with the chart, man. The chart was red. I'm like, take this fucking short and give it some room. I'm gonna leave it alone now, though. I'm gonna leave it alone. This could flip and go back green. Yeah, this could flip and go back green. Good stop. Good stop. Good stop. That was giving it room. I gotta give it to you. Gave that room to flush back out. Because if I would have just gave it one candle, got stopped out. Let me see. I don't think it was gray. What you mean gray clouds? That I got in at 1403. Nah, it was 1403. So it was an orange cloud because on a red chart, cloud needs to be orange. So it went orange, gray, back to orange, pressed below a line, and I got short. And then it took me for a ride, but I said I'm not gonna stop out unless it breaks over previous days low, which was 21,298. Yeah. So it went up. It put me through some serious drawdown. Now don't get it twisted. But once it went, it went. And I pretty much bottom ticked up out of it, so I didn't leave too much on the table. But like down there, I don't know why. Like that candle, yesterday's candle must have been kind of small because these areas don't have no range in them. Like a 0, 13, 26, 35, they all right there together. Like, let me see. So 0 is at 298. 13 is 265. 26. Oh, it's still like 30 points. They just look small. Yeah, they like 30 points each. low of the day and the high of the day. Profit. Which account was that in? Okay. See, that's the one. Like, damn, why that wasn't in the pro? But see, that's what gets you in trouble. So you'll trade NQs in the Apex one then, right? But that's what I'm saying though. That kind of flip floppy, it can get you cased up in the pro account because you trade in the same platform, right? Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Yeah, that's and there go the move out. Nah, just it tanked out, man. That would be $1,000 right now. No, yesterday was a decent day, but the body of the candle was small. I'm touching that one today. And rest. Oh shit. Banged them. We already over payout status, bro. Oh, I forgot to get out of 4 of them though. Oh, let me get out right now. Tell the ass, get out of them. All right, I'm holding one. Get out of all of them. Fuck it. Get out of everything. Bro, you will not believe what the fuck I just did. Oh, and it's ripped. And I'd be up $2,000. Hell no, it ripped higher. Fuck yeah. I caught the short on the bottom and the long on the top. Goddamn right. Hammered in. When I say hammered in, hammered in. Oh, I told you I was going crazy with this account though, didn't I? Told you this was the one I'm going size on because I got that other one. Man, look at this damn today. I'm already over where I can take a profit at. Now I'm done. No trades. I literally just traded when that broke a level going to the upside. I took the trade, and I'm like, I'm playing this up to the next level. When that shit was over, like, because I took a losing trade. I'm trying to pull up my stats. It's not gonna all be green. It ain't like I traded 100%. I took a loss. I lost like maybe $300, I think, on one trade. Shut Ninja Trader down. Lock that $1,500 up. Not gonna even touch the other account. I'll trade that tomorrow. Full size. One contract. Might be in trouble. It's on the upside of that orange cloud right now. So you just don't want to see price break the high of the previous candle. That's what that would be my worry. But still got a red chart, so you good on that side. On that one trade. $1,800. That was trading. Wow. Now that's unlike me. My freaking my batting average was 60-40. Usually that'd be higher than that. But again, that just also speaks to size, it don't matter. 60-40, long as you on the good side. You're at the next level right now, so hopefully it'll reject and go back down. But that orange cloud that I said that you was above, which was the bearish cloud, has now flipped gray, and now it's the bullish cloud. So for me, I can't take shorts until we get that back down below 228. That was the other way I was kind of taking that trade. So that's why, like, if I was teaching somebody, I wouldn't teach them to do what I was just doing then, because it goes against what their eyes is showing them. But that shit did what it did. I was like, no, and I'm gonna try to trade this one like that. I'm trading this to make money. Or not, I shouldn't say that. I'm trading this one with size, but still the same. Try to trade the same edge. Yeah, nah, that's why I had to correct myself. I'm just putting it could flush back out, but yeah, when you first told me you was in it, I was like, I don't know about that, boss. You didn't roll it now though. Damn, man, eczema kicking my ass. I'll be right back, man. I gotta go cocoa butter. This shit got my legs on fire. Doing over there for stuff. Please stop it. With you right here, we'll make it short. It broke the 13 level, so but you're fighting against that gray cloud. That's the only thing. Yeah, your micro 2-minute cloud is green. 228, my target. I would have been short at 60. Target. pulled over 260. Closed under the level that it needed to close under, but man, ripped through it. It might double top up there. Yeah, I thought it was ripped off. Oh, they walking down the street there. Nice, nice. Good volume too. Get it catch right at that 60. I get ghetto people on my street, man. Ghetto people. Level trying to fight. And close back below it and break the low. You're going back down. Now you should have a little uptrend started for you. Like, actually, if you go, I drew a channel from that 1410 candle. Right off the bottom of this channel, we're going to have to tell you where your next high could be. It go back up. This next one gonna stop you out, boss. This next move back over 70 will stop you. And then it's gonna flush back that way. Like, what the hell? It's rejected the midline. This might be coming back down if it did, because it to break the midline to stay bullish, I think. You know, got a long way to flip my chart green though. You say your chart is green? or you just got a green cloud, but your chart still red, or is it green? We were like my 15-minute was bearish until that big ass drop came in. Yeah, it was bullish until that drop came. Oh, I can get short with you now. Next candle, it got range. Good lord, I told you. I told you I could have got short. It's going to 228 now. Ain't too much in it. Candle that had no volume hadn't came in yet. There, that I could have took that. Nah. You don't see why it's 7 pounds right there. You still, I told you. Look, look at the picture I just posted now. You're gonna see why 28 held. I mean, why you'll see why your 24 wasn't going to just. Now it could have flushed through that and went straight on down, but um, that level was right there, that 26.2 level. They kind of peekabooed it. Break the highs going back up. That's good. I know you don't. I'm just gonna sit and tell you where they at, and then I'm gonna see how it reacts to it. 52 to going down to 35. Yeah, it's about to hit that 35. gonna come in or it's gonna flip the chart back green. One of the that I could have into that damn short up there when it broke that trend line. Like I say, that would have been another $1,000 right there on that one trade. Going because that was like what from 60 to 28. What's that? 32 points on 500 Qs. It's head. It's headed. All right, not about to. I kind of want to open up the other one and just take, but these ranges are so big though. I can fool with it. But we headed down to 165. Damn, contracts back down into the double-digit profits. I'm still up 65% on those. I'm up 35% on the Delta contract. I thought about selling. I'm thinking about selling these Nvidia contracts I have. I'm up 37%. I'm up 37%. Thinking about getting rid of them. Take that money and do something else with it. Yes. Go to flush. Dang it, why I didn't log back in? We knew it was flushing. Yeah, the process say don't take no more trades today. Oh, look at that. Oh nah, this about to rip back higher, boss. I just looked at. And it's the middle of a hourly uptrend. And it's the 78% level on the yearly candle. Right, let's see. See what we gonna get.
been in this range for 2 weeks. I need to have on all of these monitors. I need to have this on a monitor, which is my big time frame. So now I know that we are like in between a huge range, a huge yearly range. Yeah, I don't see those on the charts. Yeah, I do. Talking about. Yeah, if you look at the hourly chart, you'll see the range that I'm talking about. You DM me the picture. About that supply to demand level. One more. That's a swing trade level right there. Get up at the top, break the low of the previous candle, and just play it back down. And then if it breaks the high, okay, trade's done. Or you have the box up there. That box at the top is telling you to go short, right? Yeah, that's why I say it's a swing play. That one down at the bottom was telling you to go long. Because you hold the future overnight, that's like a QQQ swing play. What are you talking about? You just get in whenever you wake up. You can only but I'm saying you can only buy a contract at 9:30 anyway. Know what I mean? You can only so you just buy it at 9:30 when the market opens. That's when the market opens. Because it's a swing play. You're taking an option contract for maybe a week or two. Because you can't, and you can't hold these on a regular, like on a futures time frame. Because look at the short. Like the short triggered, what, is that Monday? Yeah, like Monday, it triggered close. That's what I'm talking about. And then, but unlike the long that took the elevator up, the short took the stairs down. But that triggered like on a Monday. Today you really paid. Wednesday you was paid. But yeah, and that's why I said like that would have to be like a swing play. So like you would be thinking, okay, let me buy a contract right now long for the bounce back up. And look at what you're buying against, whatever that yellow moving average is. Because that's in an uptrend. So you buy it. Now I'm looking at your picture. Yeah, the one you just sent me. That's what I'm talking about. Yeah. Yep, you just put it on and it's just that one that's working right now it's such a huge range. Like you had some back there a couple of Tuesdays ago, fairly small range. It was
short. Yeah, where your target is gonna be at. Because those are them plays like how I used to say, like you can you don't have to buy it in the money. You buy the one that where you expect it to happen. I'm about to damn, I ain't gonna make it. I'm about to run inside, man. It's about to like the bottom is about to fall out. I don't want to get stuck out here in my shop if it's raining for like hours. So I'm gonna log in. Yeah, give me about 2 minutes. Lord. Get soaked. Man, it's literally raining cats and dogs. Literally like a monsoon that came. I put garbage bag on. Arms out. To the downside.
to the public and the media that they had arrested this guy, Benny, for resisting arrest, assaulting an officer, and then fleeing the scene. Benny was in a lot of trouble, but fortunately for him, he was able to obtain surveillance footage that showed what really happened. Benny was just headed to work on his motorcycle, and he ends up getting attacked by this crazy-looking off-duty police chief. A road rage incident where he gets physically assaulted, attacked, and guns pointed at him out of literally nowhere, then runs away for his life. Tell me what you think. Who is the criminal here? Who was the victim? Welcome back to the Civil Rights Lawyer channel, where my mission is to protect your life.
Yeah, let a dude with a polo shirt and shorts on jump up out of an SUV with a gun pointed at you. You gonna resist? Looking at it, it looked like a mugging. They're flushing out. Took a long day, man. Wow, it broke that yearly level.
Fisher attempted to stop the motorcycle in the area of 1900 Bootville Park. Chief Fisher was in an unmarked police vehicle and identified himself as Manheim Township Police. The rider started the motorcycle and Chief Fisher attempted to stop him from leaving. The suspect, later identified as Victoria Rivera, ignored orders to turn off the motorcycle, shoved Chief Fisher, and attempted to drive away. Amy Rivera got off the motorcycle, and it was between him and Chief Fisher. Amy Rivera used the force and pushed Chief Fisher and made an escape on foot. A search of the area ensued. Amy Rivera was identified as the rider by police investigation. So that was the official police narrative as of their press release dated May 2nd. But Benny knew that's not how it happened. Here's what he told the local TV. Motorcycle, and as he prepared to get off to go into his place of employment, the guy he thought was saying hello earlier in traffic pulls up and jumps out of his not police car in his not police clothing, but pointing a gun. All I heard it was, I'm grabbing the gun now with it. And I'm thinking, what's going on? I guess what's the reason for all this to be happening? Suddenly, I have a gun on my face, like, literally on my face, and then it's directly with the gun and everything. It wasn't because I actually this surveillance footage that was later.
The cop didn't shoot him.
Fisher exiting his car that has no lights on, no emergency lights at all, no indication that it's a police car. Get out of his car wearing shorts, short-sleeved shirt, clearly not a police uniform, no indication that he's a police officer. A pistol and approaching near Rivera, who's arrested. So the guy is then sitting in jail because he can't post bail. The preliminary hearing is scheduled for May 14th. So May 14th rolls around, and all of a sudden there's an update in the TV news story about this race. It said, update, charges dropped against Linux man accused of resisting arrest and assaulting police officers. Prosecutors dropped the most serious charges against Benny Xavier and Vera Ford, who is instead pleading guilty to 6 summary traffic offenses. Why? Well, according to Lancaster Online, a video of the alleged confrontation between Vera and the arresting officer in the April 30th incident appears to conflict with the Manheim Township Police Department's account of the incident. Then, a day or two later, there's another update in the video. Office 43 reported that Wayne Fisher, following the appearance of this video, has now been placed on administrative leave pending investigation by the department. Lancaster County District Attorney Heather Adams released the following statement after the charges were dropped at that first court date. The Manheim Police Department and the person agreed with the resolution of the charges in this manner based on the facts and circumstances of this case. We are not investigating anything. The Lancaster County District Attorney will notify investigations support for internal policy violations of police departments that do not rise to the level of a potential criminal offense. Okay, but why would the Manheim Police Department agree to the charges being dropped? They said that this guy assaulted a police officer and fled the scene, so they just let him plead guilty to traffic violations. Why would they be okay? In fact, they still have this press release up on their website where they accuse Benny of all sorts of serious crimes. Do you think that there is an update press release where they say that all these charges were dropped? No, of course not. And the DA who dropped the charges against Benny said that there's
A Fifth Third better needs an early sleep. Really, what do you call? Too late. Then why should I timed it. It's my best time yet. For business banking, a Fifth Third better.
said that there's no criminal investigation because they don't get involved in police disciplinary policy issues. Well, listen, currently when we jump out of our car and we aim a gun at somebody on a motorcycle, physically assault them, drag them off the motorcycle, etc., we get in trouble for that if we're not a police officer. What she's really saying is that it's her opinion that what he did was justified. If that's true, why drop the charges? You know what I think? She knows that that's not true. She just takes the position that some people are above the law. Really, no crime at all were committed here? Let's look back at the official police narrative, different statement, and compare that with the video where they busted red-handed, lying to the media and the public about what they did. The statement said Chief Fisher was in an unmarked police vehicle and identified himself as Mandarin Township Police. Yet the video shows that this was an unmarked car and that there were no emergency lights activated until after this incident was entirely over. The statement said the rider started the motorcycle as Chief Fisher attempted to stop him from leaving, that he pushed and shoved Chief Fisher and attempted to drive away, and that Angel Rivera got off the motorcycle and it was between him and Chief Fisher. Is that what the video showed? Or did the video show that the chief of police jumped out of the car with no emergency lights on, no uniform on, and approached the subject, pointing a gun at him, and physically put his hands on Wayne Rivera, and himself pulled Wayne Rivera off the motorcycle? The statement said Wayne Rivera used the bike to push Chief Fisher and make an escape on foot. Is this what happened, really? Or does the video completely show that to be a lie? That's not what happened at all. He did not use the bike to push the chief to make an escape. That was a complete fabrication, created at a time when this police department believed that there was no video footage of what happened. Perhaps that's why he had the emergency lights off of his cruiser, because that may have activated a dash cam that would have recorded what actually happened. They thought there was no video footage, So they lied. They incarcerated a man who at best had committed minor traffic offenses for days and days, what, weeks, tried to destroy who he was until the video surfaced, thanks to this guy himself or his lawyers, and put it on the news. The only thing that protects you, that protects me from our government, is video footage. This is a great example. This looks like an everyday road rage incident, which, by the way, appears to happen all the time with off-duty police officers. I mean, maybe he wasn't off-duty. Maybe it's their policy for this guy to not wear a uniform and to instead wear shorts and not activate his emergency lights, and so on and so forth. Or perhaps it was a road rage incident that was covered up because they didn't believe it was caught on video and disguised as, hey, we caught a criminal, he attacked a police officer, we have to back the blue, we're going to give him a high bond, keep him incarcerated, and he is going to be punished to the fullest extent of the law. But we have a victim, an innocent victim, okay, committed traffic violations. We have punishments for them. He apparently pled guilty to, but a much more serious crime was committed by this chief of police. And while he may end up getting disciplined, he may end up getting fired, even if that happens, that's not enough. Nobody is above the law, right? No court is justified here, much less the government. Quite the opposite, actually. What would we do as law-abiding citizens if somebody breaks in our home or attacks us with a firearm where there's no indication it's a police officer, where it appears as if we're being attacked by a criminal? If somebody attacks us in that manner, it would be reasonable for us to use them, but only if we're protected by video footage. And here, it saved this guy from these serious criminal charges. Even so, the government is still not willing to take responsibility and accountability. This district attorney is gaslighting you, and now you know. Like I asked you in the beginning, in your opinion, who is the criminal here? And if you want to help, remember, the only thing we're afraid of is other people seeing what you just want. Just
Hammering in along right here. Have him in queue. Just gotta hold the line, hold the line, hold the line. On down 1,000. On down 15. Come on, hold the line. All right, I'm up 700. It's gonna rip up to 24. No, it is. Oh no, it's below 100. Oh no. What have I done? What have I done? I went against the system in my mind. Okay. It looks like I'm a genius for going against the system right now. No, I can only add 5 more contracts. Okay, I'm about to be a thousandaire. I'm about to be a thousandaire when it goes up to 134 right now. It's going up to 134. Go to 134 for your boy. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Let me see 134. Give it to me. I want it. Oh no, I gotta see 134 or bust. 134 or bust. I want my target. I'm taking Sparks attitude. Oh, I would be giving up all of my money right now. I would be up. I hit my target. Oh, there's my target. There's my target. 134. Thank you. I'll take that money to the bank. Yes, sir. That's that 61.8 level. That's my dog. That's my dog. Well, everybody talking about that meeting Trump had with the South African president. Trump is just a beast, man. He's just egotistical, crazy madman. Yeah, Gesundheit. Gesundheit. Thread declares Thomas the ultimate coon. All right, the market. I give the market permission to go back down now to 90, but it's over the orange cloud now. So we're totally against the cloud going long, but now I don't want to go short. Market's gonna rip the rest of that. He's looking like he on that shit. Nice break. Nice break of the 61.8 level. Them dudes in that one channel you was in, they was talking some crazy language. I ain't understand that. We call it the POC. POC, was that what it was? Yeah. So I'm gonna use the weekly point of control. Nope, I think I'm gonna use the daily point of control. No, we need to use the. I was like, man, they was talking amongst themselves. I was listening to you on YouTube. I think you had popped up in my channel, and those two were on your channel talking. They was talking about what's those little bubbles? That little bubble chart. Yeah, the book map. Yeah, it was using that. Like they high tech. Mm-hmm. I said with me today, like the good thing was I took my stop. Cause like on one of them trades I took, I was sized in so much. If I didn't take my stop, that shit was gonna blow the account up. And then the trade would have worked. So I think I was up like 500. So when I took my stop, I lost like 240. So I was like, man, take the damn stop. That's the bottom line, man. Take the stop. And yeah, see, that's easy for me. That- yeah, but I'm saying no, just pulling the trigger in general. Here, I'm gonna show you this trade that Evan took earlier. He sent to me. I think he took it and it didn't work. And he was like, "Would you have took that trade?" Nope, I would not. See if you know my system on why I wouldn't have taken it. He entered. He entered. That's where he entered it. No, he was risking the full body red candle. It's pointing to the left. So the signal candle is the full body red candle. That's the signal candle. So now you're going to go. No tail on it. Doesn't have a tail. The lower, the doji, yeah. What you mean? It did. What you mean? No, the doji don't have to. So, all right, so the market goes down. Huh? Say it again. No, nah, that's where Evan put that arrow. So the arrow is pointing to the left. That's his entry candle. Yeah, he entered on that candle. When it broke the low, it don't. What do you mean didn't close? Yeah, it don't have to close though. I just wanted. So think. All right. So let's do this. Let's go. Let's go to the right of his entry, and the market goes up, and it leaves that hammer candle at the top, or however you want to call it. It leaves that top and tail candle. The next candle that breaks the low of that candle, I'm getting in. It don't have to close. It just needs to break the low. So it breaks the low. That's going to be my entry. That's the candle I'm entering on. Just to give an easier picture of it. Because that's the pivot. Now I'm looking for the first candle to make a new low. It doesn't have to close below it. It just has to break the low of the previous candle. But that's just where the arrow is at though. But the candle that he entered on is the one to the left of that. But that's after he didn't enter his trade. That candle is like null and void. You don't even see that candle. All right, so now I'm gonna send you why I told him I wouldn't. And it's clear in my rules. So primarily, like, so that's an inside candle, right? So it's actually two reasons why I wouldn't take that. For one, that's a bullish candle. The signal candle is a bullish candle because it's a solid candle. I would prefer it to be a hollow candle because a hollow candle is so that full-bodied red candle is actually a green candle on a normal chart. If you're looking at a normal chart, it's going to be a full green candle with no real selling pressure in it. So that's the rules for my that's the rules to get in the trade. So red chart, he met that. Enter on a red candle, or it should be a gray candle because I don't have black candles on my charts no more. So either a red candle or a black candle. He got in, candle is red. Signal candle range does not exceed. Evidently it didn't. Signal candle must close below the bounce cloud. So the bounce cloud is the red cloud. Close below that. And I got to update these rules now based on that orange cloud. Pullback should be a minimum of 3 candles. We good there, minimum. Entry candle cannot break the high of the previous candle before. I'm gonna assume that it didn't. I'm gonna assume that it peekabooed him in and then it went back up. If the signal candle has a bottom wick greater than 50% of the signal candle, avoid using these types of candles because it lowers the quality. Don't apply. But that's a full-bodied green candle. Now this is why I wouldn't take the trade. Trade, and see, it don't say you shouldn't. That shit says trade cannot be entered if the signal candle is inside of the prior candle. That candle is clearly inside of that big wick candle. When it broke the low of it, if it did it in the neck, like, so the candle that he entered in on, if it went down there and broke the low of that candle prior to the signal candle, then yeah, he could enter it, and then you have to use the stop of that candle too. No. You're talking about, so you got the full body red candle. You asking if he could have entered on the candle before that? Yeah, the Doge, like the one with the top and tail, that's a hollow candle. You asking if he could have entered with, if that could have been his entry candle, and the candle before that would have been the signal candle? If it broke the high of that previous candle first and then came back down, no, you can't enter that, because then the rule, 2 rules above what I got highlighted would apply. The entry candle cannot break the high of the signal candle before breaking the low of the signal candle. Yeah, you can't do nothing about that. But if it breaks the high and then comes back and breaks the low, you can't take the trade. Yeah, if it breaks the low first. Yeah, but we don't. So I'm gonna assume because he didn't take that it broke the high first, and he knows that rule. If it breaks the high, because that's live traders. Yeah, but this is an inside candle though. Let me see. Oh, I can see the wick up there now. Yeah, yep. Yeah. Only thing with this one though is I'm gonna be worried about that wick that's on that prior candle. So this probably will wick down to that wick and kind of just chop around, and it eventually has to break that wick. But yeah, that would be a halfway decent. But see, for me, if this was my chart, that your green cloud is going to be a gray cloud on my chart. And yeah, because I don't want to trade into that, because that's like your bounce cloud, right? Yeah, exactly. So I don't want to trade into that. Yeah. Yeah. And see, the thing is, so like prior to, you could take that. And that's why I was saying, like, with my edge, I try to take out everything that might affect the trade. So I don't want to take that because that might affect it. Now, it could possibly work, but I want to have as many good things on my side and not as many bad things. Yeah. Yeah. But so now you can see though why, because usually, so this is my thought process. And I don't know if I heard it somewhere or if it's just over time trading. So the candle that he got in on, it has to fight the previous candle. You got to think that buyers are still in that previous candle. So when he gets in, usually this is going to wick down to that wick on that candle and then go back up. But it went, and it also is going to be sellers at the top of that candle that could push it back down. But because your entry candle is in between all of that, now you can get took for a ride. And I just don't want to get took for that ride. I'd rather wait until the setup that happened after all of that. And then I'm still going to be kind of leery. The good thing is it's an orange cloud. But I'm going to let this come up. First line of defense, it rejects it, it pushes it back down. That's going in my favor. It's a hollow candle, which means it's a red candle. That's going in my favor. And then I'm gonna just put my entry down there. I'm gonna put my stop up there, and I'm gonna do what you always say. It's in God's hands at that point. And that one goes about 1 hour. I don't know what it eventually did, but it went about 1 hour on that initial move. But I'm glad that he's engaging though. But that's the thing. Until you can I know I don't have to look at my rules. to take a trade because I've been trading it long enough to where I kind of know what everything is that I want to see. But yeah, so I'm expecting that green cloud to act as support and bounce it back up. But go over to like the big white candle at 1510. Now see how that pushes up into the red cloud, comes back down. It's a it's a solid candle, so that's a green candle, but it has a top and tail. I'm getting in when it breaks the low of that candle, and I'm gonna put my stop at the top of the candle. That one gives you 2R easily. And now you own the right side of the trade because you below that red cloud. But yeah, once it gets above, like in this, before I would say that that was too steep of a pullback. And somebody might not totally can't visualize that. Now that green cloud is going, I don't even have to tell you that's too steep of a pullback. I just tell you I'm not taking the trade because it's above the green cloud. You'll get in again, and yeah, because now you have less risk on that initial entry. But why would you want to get in on a white candle when you know that the white candle is like buying pressure? But, but you wouldn't look at that white candle as like bullish. Yeah. Yeah. See, and for me, I'm looking at my chart now, so it's red on red. They was trying to flip it. Yeah, they was trying to flip my chart green just then. For me, this shit breaks 70, it's over. And so you see a trend line break. I see a fib level break, that 50% level. That's what. Dude, this looks just like the trade earlier. Dude, it's identical to the trade that you took earlier. Oh, I hate when I turn on demand on. God damn it. Look at this though, man. This shit is identical. Cause it's that one where I Lola's like, Negro, I don't speak English. Lola's like, this looked like a perfect place for shit. Nolan's like, Negro, this looks like a perfect place for me to poop right here. It's over. Man, that trend line is drawn almost the same, only this one is a little steeper. That's crazy. This one is not as violent as that last one, though. Man, they need to get my order full so I can do. Do what it do. You held through the close.
nice flush out. Just like the prior. All right, man, let me go take this damn rent-a-car back. Recuperated a little bit, boy. My body like, dude, you are not 30 no more. What you thinking about? Heck yeah. Hmm. Hey, man, good trading today, man. Went all against the goddamn trading system. But we took our stops. That's what I'm most impressed on. Because I traded a setup. It was a setup. I think like even the one that I took that I stopped out on, I think I traded that the right way. That wasn't against the trends. And it just didn't work. I stopped out. The ones that paid me were buck the trends. Like first 1 minute candle to make a new high in a downtrend at a like if you look, so this would be a perfect example. Look at if you're looking at the picture I just posted. Actually, I probably would have to blow it. Okay, I'm gonna just highlight area that I'm talking. So even though the chart is red, like those are clean entries with a clean stop. Yeah, but for me it wasn't though. It was a setup. Now, first 1 minute candle to make a new high. Yeah, so all right, so then I'd say that at a key level. First 1 minute candle to make a new high, holding a key level. Yeah, and that's why I said I wouldn't teach someone to trade it because it's contrary to the system. See, like I'm gonna show you on this one. This one is gonna show two trades. It's gonna show it shows the short that didn't work. Shows me hammering in on the long because it broke the high. And it's crazy. Cause you'll be like, damn, I got in short and long on the same exact candle. But when it's almost was like it was one of those, like a fake out. Like that candle that Evan took. Peekabooed him in and rolled over. That shit rolled me over. I stopped out, and then I just said, okay, I'm gonna blow my account up right now. Nah, that shit ripped. And it kept ripping. And that's what I don't want to get caught in, is that's that bullshit. I could have got entered in, short, stopped out, entered in long, stopped out, entered in short, stopped out. Just man can